Oh, shoot, I'm small. Ignore that. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Oh, let me just... Oh, I'm frozen. That's weird. Give me a sec. Sorry, there's a lot of new tech here today. As you can see, I've done something kind of different. I've done something different today. We're going to try the dual stream. Oh, there we go. Now I'm back. We're doing the dual. It's a little jank. I've cut chat in half. And we'll see how this works. We'll see how this works. Oh, yes. As you can see, as everyone can see, we have Twitch and YouTube. I hope you got the notification for both. And yes, look at you all. Look at you. You're here now. You're here. You're both here. Twitch and YouTube. I figured it'd been a while since I'd paid attention to Twitch. And I'll level with you guys. I just don't have the time in my week to do both. Like, I just don't. I might have to do some adjustments still to make chat readable. It's looking a little tiny. But there's probably going to be some new overlays and some new everything coming through soon. I hope it's coming through rather clear, not too choppy. This is, you know, difficult on my computer. It's not easy on it, so we'll see how well we can get away with this. We'll see. I'm kind of excited. I see everyone in both. It's kind of fun. Wait, let me get a water here. I got these new circle water bottle. Comes with like little flavor pods. This one has like, this is like a, what is this? Strawberry watermelon, and it has like caffeine. So like, I'm ready. We'll see how this looks in the other window. It's it's a little weird. It's a lot of weird. I'm still figuring out all the adjustments. I might do some pretty big changes soon, but I think I know how I want to do them. Just because like there's tools that combine the chats into one that exists, but those tools are also forbidden by Twitch, and like most people use them. Like every streamer I've seen has their chats just combined. I'm small, and if they get mad at me, I'm fucking done. They'll smite me out of the sky. So I'm like, I'll just sort of cut it in half. It looks fine, I think. I think it looks fine. I think it looks good. Ish. Goodish. It would be nicer if that piece in the middle was two-sided, so I may ask to get that made. Because I kind of like this room. It's an okay solution. It's an okay solution. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, just make that middle part double-sided so that it cuts in half a little cleaner. And then we'll go from there. But you'll see it doesn't really work that way in the other room. Should we go over there? Should we head over there? Do you guys want to see what it looks like? Drop a wait. What's a good chat interaction? I need to get my messages up. Drop a pog? No, that's so generic branding. I'm really trying to do like a branding push right now. I'm trying to be like TM streamer, you know? I'm like, one of these days we're gonna do a stream where we just watch YouTube clips, I think. Because, you know, that's really easy. Watch my favorite videos on Instagram and YouTube, TikTok, and we'll just watch them together. It'll be a blast. I think that's no, I don't want to bag on anyone who does that. That's such a valid form of like streaming. God, because sometimes it's, oh God, yeah, I don't want to get into that. That's not something you guys want to hear about. But yeah, so last time I spoke, I think I was talking about those videos that I've been finding lately. Oh, drink. Thank you, Lacra Jura. I still need to get the alert set up for Twitch. I'm not going to lie. The stream was late because I was struggling. I was like struggling. I was like, set this up. And I was like, in like 10 minutes before, I was like photoshopping my own background to get that little piece in the middle. Cause I'm like, I originally, when I asked for new assets, I only asked for them for the new room, for the gaming room, and not for this one. So fuck me. Thank you. I'm glad to know I already sound like an average Twitch streamer. I'm gonna go with Jura. Is that fine? Because I want to say Laushra. Or Lacra. Or Laukra. I'm tempted with all of them. So I'm gonna go with Jura. Because otherwise I'll switch between them and that'll get confusing for everyone. Also, welcome. And I feel I should say welcome to everyone on Twitch and YouTube. Welcome Fred twice. Welcome Grim twice. Welcome Shade twice. Welcome Psycho. Welcome Rango. Laukra. Oh, I like that. Laukra. Okay, but yeah, so I was like trying to use like the fancy auto selects, which for some reason don't work for this image. Like it just sees them as too similar. So I was manually pixel adjusting to grab it as best I can, and it's still, honestly, if you look close enough, it don't look good. I won't lie to you all. And just trying to get that adjusted, so I had a divider. And I was like, do I even type in like the YouTube Twitch thing? No, because they'd go, I'd have to put them below, and they're meant to be above, because like I think people would automatically like confuse that. So I think this is simpler, you know, like we got the red and black for YouTube, you know, some very YouTube colors, and we got the what do you call it? You don't see nothing, Fred. You don't see nothing. Hello, Tyler. Hello. You don't see anything. I won't hear none of this about seeing somethings. Don't get into that. Everyone always with the seeing things around me. It's everyone's favorite joke. What was I just saying? Yeah, and I got that edited like just in time, and then I was like sitting and I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go. And I was like, fuck, my headphones aren't here. They just weren't here. I can't remember why I moved them. I think I was working on some audio editing somewhere, and I just moved them. No, you don't see nothing as a threat. It's not a double negative. It's not a double negative. It's a fucking threat. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So these videos. Why am I talking about these again? I don't know. They just tickle me. The ones that are like, it's just like a lovely lady, and it has like the most absurd filters on it, and it's just like the AI voice being like, I'm a bass. Wait. Can I do the girl voice for this? Can I girl my voice? Let's put on some effects. There we go.
There we go. Okay. Oh wow, Laura, you found both chats. Congratulations. Okay. How's this? Okay. I'm a based schizo-pilled, I'm a based schizo-pilled ultra CEO. My affirmations are that I am rich and you are poor. Every day I wake up and eat 12 quarters because that's 3 holes and I'm whole 3, aka holy. I won't let anyone stop me on my CEO journey.
And like that's the video? That's the video, and it's just a lovely like lady with like the brightest fucking filters. Just doing this, and it's like 8,000 videos of this. I don't know where they come from. I don't know who's making them. But they're my favorite thing lately. Sianna fucking hates them. She hates them. She hates them. Itsi enjoys them. Itsi gets it. I think Romeo is thank you. I am the most famous. That's my branding. Drop a CEO in chat for me. Caseless Griffin, the CEO streamer. Wait. Can I do it again?
You don't have to be a girl to be a CEO. You just have to have girl boss energies and eat 12 quarters a day.
That's the video. That's they're like 10 seconds long, and I just can't get over how much I enjoy them. I think they're the next thing. Well, maybe not, because everyone I've shown them to fucking hates them. They make me giggle. Okay. I think we got enough. Messages in chat. Shall we hop over to the gaming room? You guys are gonna get way smaller. Let's see how this looks. That's not bad. That's really just, it's okay. Like, look at that. You guys are legible? I think that's a W. I think that's... Oh, wait. Why is it cutting it off at the top? Why is it doing that? Oh, God. It's still doing that. I don't like that. Well, it's too late to fix it, so we're doing that today. So now we're here, TV Tropes. Who would have thought it'd come to this? No, if you saw the title of the stream, you might have an idea of what I'm doing today. So for anyone new, anyone, welcome. We do a thing. I do a lot of writing. I'm a writer by trade in my spare time, and it's going kind of surprisingly okay. Like, update to chat, still going pretty well. Why is there 2 different chats? That's a very good question, Tyler. So essentially, we're live on YouTube and Twitch right now. And like, I just went over this, but it's like a thing where you're not allowed to combine chats, but you are allowed to multi-stream. Twitch is very sticky about that kind of thing. I don't know why. But they're like, oh no, chat has to be separated. So you guys can kind of go to war for my attention. You guys can fight. There will be a stream where I make you battle. It's coming. It's not yet. I'm still figuring out what we're doing for that stream, but I do want a stream of like Twitch versus YouTube for the bit. You cast oh, okay. Well, not that kind of fight, but like, you know, like you type messages in chat and that causes like things to happen. Maybe, I don't know. I'm figuring it all out, guys. Okay, the swords and the fireballs are out. Good to know that we have over on Twitch a good degree of marshals, and on YouTube we have casters. Those are tabletop gaming terms. Not that I know what that is. I thought gaming was done on a PS2. Where's my button? Button's not working. That's good to know. Really? Are the buttons not working? At all? Are they really? Are they really? Are they really not working at all? Wait. Yeah, I'm not hearing nothing. Are you guys hearing something? Are you guys hearing that? Are you guys hearing anything? I'm not hearing any buttons. Wow, they really screwed up. Not much can be done about that now. I'm gonna move myself down a bit. I'm gonna adjust slightly, make myself lightly shorter so I show up better. Because I'm kind of like bumping up against YouTube chat. They really don't need to be this long. I don't know why they keep getting made this long. But they are. So we're gonna deal with that. Okay, now that's better. Now I'm lightly tucked away. Yeah, I'll probably get these adjusted, made a little bit shorter, and maybe wider. Like, who cares if it cuts off some of the screen? I might even get rid of the background entirely and just have chat. Like, slightly wider, slightly shorter, and then just have me in a little box, you know, like the streaming box. That way we can have more game on the screen, you know? I'm getting hit with Itsi scuff. There's a difference between my scuff and the scuff of Miss Karakurt. And you know what that difference is? That difference is that I have 8,000 moving pieces and Itzi only has 2,000 moving pieces. But yeah, you're welcome to Twitch, you guys. Like, I feel like I haven't been here in forever. We're gonna do, you can do your redeems. There's redeems again. That's back. Oh, I didn't put a timer on the drink. Yeah, she also doesn't clean. I clean her computer. Speaking of, I have to do that again this week. Not because it's dirty. I just have to do the thermal paste on the hard drive because I definitely did it wrong. I get really nervous around CPUs whenever I'm working on them. Oh, so I said that and you immediately abuse it, Grim? Like, immediately. There wasn't a pause. I just said, oh, I don't think I put a timer on drink. And then instantly I see a drink redeem. Do you know what the thing about? I don't have to listen to you. I can be a bastard. I'm gonna do it. Because it's delicious. I really recommend these Circle water bottles. They're kind of like, if anyone remembers, they're little concentrate things. Okay, Grim, that's fine. They're like concentrate. You remember those little like squeeze-in concentrates that used to be like all the rage? Yeah, Amity. Oh, also Amity, welcome back. New profile picture as always. Yeah. So like they have a little concentrate in them, and like the concentrate doesn't get added to the water. It automatically, as you drink, gets added to your sip. Watch on both chats. If you watch on both chats, I'll love you more. No, that sounds wrong. I won't do that thing I just said I'd do. I promise, if you watch on both, I won't love you more. But have you ever heard the statement that if you say but, it removes I'm adding more to my circle. Wow, that's a satisfying noise. There's some ASMR there. Glug glug. That if you say but, it completely removes everything you said before it. So if you say like, I'm sorry, but like the sorry basically doesn't exist anymore. So I won't like you more if you watch both my streams and you multi-stream me. But I will. That's just fantastic. I've drank so much water, chat, since I got this thing. Yeah, no offense, but I've seen a few people making the attempt, but I want offense. Like, not like offense meant, but like you just say offense, you suck. like full offense. I want that to become a thing. I want that. That's a good joke, Shade. That's a good joke. You can read it straight across like one sentence. See, look at how fun this is. Look at how fun we have 2 chats. There's 2 of you. You have double the time on my streams. Look at this. But yeah, I think I'll probably be doing multi-streaming from now on. For a while there, ooh, this is a good time. I got people here. Oh, these upgrades are new, Amity. But you did miss my insanity arc. Not insanity, creative arc? Creation arc? I had a couple months there where I stopped trying to hit weekly goals and I started trying to focus on making streams that I loved. And I do love everything I made for those months. All ballin' streams, starting from vacation all the way to pretty much my most recent one. And they're all great. Like, I love every single one of them. But it's just not sustainable, and it's not good for the algorithm. And as you know, I fancy myself the Mr. Beast of YouTube. Of VTube. Which means playing the algorithm right. Which means we're gonna change the content slightly. This week is sort of a trial run for a new system I'm operating on, which is longer streams, consistent streaming times. So you notice how every time I stream this week, except when I'm on other people's channels, is at 3. Well, that's when you'll see me from now on, chat. I'm a 3 p.m. If someone were, not me, if someone were to be in, what do you call it? Did the mountains? The Pacific? Don't forget to turn off the stream when you're done. That happened once. That happened one time. Okay? I'm gonna make myself a little bigger. Give me a sec. I'm gonna like keep myself like down here. I'm gonna bigify myself. That's better, I would say. You get less of my beautiful bod, but you know, more of me. Only takes one time. Wait, did that screw up the window at all? Ballin'. Okay. Yeah, so this is working. This is all working. Yeah, that was one of my bits, was the BGM stream. Sure, I'll say that was. And also, another one of my bits, clearly, Tyler, you know, you'd know if you were a true spec op, is that I didn't turn off my stream on purpose, and that was a bit. Clearly a bit. Clearly fully planned. It was a bit. That's why I deleted it. Actually, I think that one with the long ending is still like very much uploaded in full. Like very much uploaded in. Ooh, shirt off. Da-da-da. I always feel like a pencil like this whenever this shirt goes off. I feel so thin and small. I feel like I'm just like a wiggly guy. You know, like a wiggly, like one of those tube men, but like an invisible tube man. Oh, did I put the button to... I think I need to set a timer for that. I should ask DSI. Yeah, I'm like a worm. I'm like a worm. Would you guys love me if I was a worm? Would you love me if I was a worm? This is the test. Would you love me if I was a worm, chat? Be honest. Let's see who loves me more as a worm, Twitch or YouTube. I wish there was redeems on YouTube so that you guys could fight more. I kind of want that. I want you guys to go to war. A, because it's fun, builds community. B, it gets my interaction way up. Way up. Thus far, Twitch loves me a lot more. Oh no, I got an enclosure on YouTube. The war continues. This is such a game. This is such a strat. This is such. I feel like I'm gaming. You know what I mean? Like, you know when you get into the gaming headspace? Man, my energy is through the roof. My energy is through the roof. I'm very hyper right now. I'm very high. I'm very happy. As a fisherman, you love worm me. I'm loving this. Okay, I'm glad to know you'd still love me if I was a worm, but time to be a man with my bulging shoulders and my deep V shirt. We're back in full, baby. Okay. Okay. Worm time over. You want it back? Redeem it again. Okay. Now, so we're doing TV tropes. I'm sure some people clicked purely for that title, and thus far we are 33 minutes in, and I have yet to do anything. So let's talk about what we're doing today. So the basic idea, basic gist, is we'll be digging through TV tropes, looking at what's there. Saying, me going, oh, I like this trope, I think this could be used as da-da-da-da-da, and maybe going down a few rabbit holes. You know what I mean? Rabbit holing. Hey, look, it is a Casey staple. Look, I have to fill the runtime. We're going for a long time today, chat. So let's click, and this is the crux of it. This beautiful button on the top. You see this? You see this? Random trope. Ooh, Pong. That's a good idea. Oh my god. Now you're giving me ideas, Tyler. Oh, I wouldn't even have to do anything. I could just let you guys do the stream. That's true. God, just set and forget it. I could go get like dinner. I like that. I like the way you think. Okay, let's click random trope, see what we got. Okay, weirdness coupon. This is strange because I swear when I was doing tests, I got this one. Okay. If somebody or something is really weird or fantastical, they're allowed to do things that normal people would never say or do. After all, they're either imitatable? Inimitable. Okay, or they're in a situation nobody would want to emulate. The opposition can also hold true when a coupon holder acts normal. Those around him or her may react with shock or horror, or can assume something is wrong. A cousin to Elephant in the Living Room and Bunny Ears Lawyer. Okay, if you guys see anything you want me to click on so that we can dive into that, post it in chat and we'll see where we get. Okay, contrast. Have you not tried being a monster? Refuge in Audacity is closely related trope that involves someone behaving so far out of accepted norms that everyone else is too stunned to stop them. But this trope tends to be reoccurring with a character to the point that everyone is just used to it, while Refuge in Audacity is usually a one-time action. See also Unusual Interesting Sight. I've never heard of Bunny Ears Lawyer. Yeah, I kind of want to go there, but I kind of want to. So this seems to be. Okay. Let's open up anime and see if we I recognize none of those properties. Okay, so this is basically the strange character who I guess you could say everyone is kind of like used to. Is there anything in life? Scroll. Okay. So yeah, the character who essentially acts rather strange, but can kind of, Western animation. I always. Okay. We got a huge section on My Little Pony Friendship is Magic here. There's a lot. There's a lot here. There's a lot here. Oh, is Twitch doing ads? I should turn those off. I don't want them. I'm trying to grow here. I don't need to make money. How do I still don't know how Twitch works. I'm going to level with everyone, I don't get it. I just don't know how it works. I don't understand it. Don't be sorry about being back on YouTube. Don't worry. Okay. Justice League Unlimited. I know that show. Oh, there's spoilers here. Okay. Yeah, so essentially it is... Yeah, so this is an interesting character archetype, essentially. You have a character who acts so far outside the norm that it's pretty much impossible to not accept it as normal for that character. So pulling this off is, I don't want to say hard, but it's also not easy. To give credit to people who actually use this trope, it's essentially... how do I explain this? It's essentially... It can be really bad. Like, if you have a character whose whole thing is being strange, that can actually, like, really work against you because it can remove consistency. You have to be consistent within an inconsistent space. Yeah, we have a few examples. In comic books, we have Jughead is, I think, a pretty good one. Video games? I'm not seeing anything I would really be able to use. Western animation has a lot on My Little Pony. Oh yeah, Starfire is probably a very good example of this character. Or Tina Belcher from Bob's Burgers also. Yeah. Web original. I don't know what that is. Web videos. Don't know what that is. Real life. I love real life examples of tropes. That's just like peak comedy to me. But yeah, it's essentially a strange character whose behavior is far less scrutinized too, is another important part. These characters can often not age well. That's something you should really keep track of if you're trying to write something like this. Simply because, like, depending on what you're writing, it can become far more controversial later. So you wanna play a little bit in the realm of, like, childlike joy and wonder with a character like this, I would say. And once again, you can really harm yourself here. Like, this is kind of a dangerous character to try to write because it can come across as like an annoying sidekick or a part of the world that feels completely out of sync with the rest. But one thing I will say about like the weirdness coupon characters is suddenly immersing them in reality can be brutal in a really effective way. So actually I saw a decent example of this exact trope, which isn't in here. I could add it, but I'm not going to. Is I watched a new episode of American Dad. Longtime viewers know I'm a fan. It's not a perfect show, but I do like it. Okay, and in that episode, Jeff has lost, a character has lost his hat. And everyone instantly takes it as seriously as he does. They instantly understand this character is like in emotional turmoil. They have that sort of weirdness coupon in relation to the hat. And it kind of works in that episode because like it gets very real for this character and it gets very emotional for this character, which is funny. It's played for laughs. But there's like a really good scene where he's like crying. Oh, this robot voice? Shit. Am I back? Oh, wow. Yeah, now I can hear the robot voice. Am I back though? Are we back? Holy shit. Holy shit. That was fucked. That was fucked. Is it? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Am I good? Am I good? Okay. Okay. What? Yo. I don't even have reverb on, but like, I don't. That's crazy. That's That's crazy. Nice. I hope that's not too loud. That took me for a loop. Okay. I actually might restart the GoXLR software and get that running again. Because sometimes I think it's the software that's doing it. Do these work now? Yeah, they do. Okay, maybe that's how I fix that. Anyways. So the weirdness coupon character can actually be like really emotionally effective if you suddenly take away like if a villain or a force within the world, an antagonist of some sense, takes away their ability to be themselves. Romeo is like this in real life. This is actually Romeo. At this point with Romeo, we kind of just accept he's weird. You know, he sleeps on the floor. We kind of just accept it. But like, there's been a handful of situations where he hasn't been able to be himself in that sense. And like, as someone who's very himself, that's like traumatizing in my opinion. And it's emotional to see like a character who normally does get to be quite strange and quite odd, have that sort of taken away from them. It's sad. Yeah, so I think that's like a good use of this trope and can be used for a genuinely solid emotional gut punch. God, I'm gonna have to use Pinkie Pie as an example here. My Little Pony actually does do that with Pinkie Pie a handful of times, and it is effective. It does work. So yeah. I would say don't be afraid of this trope, but understand that it can come across as annoying and hurt the consistency of your world if you do misuse it. Now let's see Bunny Ears Lawyer. Some characters have a pervasive or extremely noticeable personality quirks, but remain steadily employed because they are just that good at what they do. Oh, I think this is a like delightful trope. This is like, I love this trope. This is a very the mole guy from goddamn Atlantis is a perfect example. If you've seen, you know exactly what this is right off the bat. Having someone who is an expert but has like a very abrasive or strange personality quirk is a brilliant way to add in I want to say complexity and interaction. But really the simpler way to say that is to complicate your character relationships. Yes. Yes. And it, because they have a reason for being there. So a lot of the times, a lot of the problems I think people run into when they make like wacky zany characters is that they you start to wonder why these people are together, are around each other, like at all. And that can be a problem. I know I was recently watching Centaur World, and sometimes I found myself wondering that for some of the characters. Why are they kept around? And the answer that Centaur World poses is because of like family bonds, and the world just kind of work like that, which is acceptable, but sometimes that can feel... But if you want to also do a story with a lot of the characters don't already know each other, that can be difficult, right? Because then you don't have that to fall back on. Yeah. So if you want to do a story where people meet each other for the first time, and you have one character who is difficult, standoffish, and adds a little zaniness, some would say, to your world. Someone who is so like the way I say this a lot, distinctly themselves, almost to a fault. they are themselves, then this is a good way of doing it. Yeah, you just want to avoid what they say here, the insufferable genius whose quirk is more than often just being a jerk-ass, which is a very deep TV Tropes article, I'm guessing. It's probably a very deep TV Tropes article because it's a very popular character concept. That is your Dr. Houses, your Sherlock Holmes. Really, any type of Sherlock Holmes ripoff is going to be that. And those only really work, in my opinion, as protagonists. Like, having a very difficult and obtuse character in your ragtag bunch of misfits. Is that on the screen? Yeah, it is. You're just gonna make the least favorite character for the audience and the most favorite character for the writer if you do that wrong. If you do that wrong, that's kind of just where you're gonna end up, is with the writer's favorite character and the audience's least favorite. And I'm sure you guys have felt this while watching a show before. None are instantly coming to mind. But there's a character who gets a weird amount of screen time and you don't enjoy watching them because they're obtuse, they're difficult, they're annoying, they get in the way of progress. And those are often writers' favorite characters because they're so easy to write. Someone who stands in the way and creates conflict, boom, half the story is written for you. A little bit of water. I'll do a stream where chat has to redeem drink hydrates for 24 hours to keep me alive. And the stream is just a heart monitor. That's hilarious. One day. Yeah. So yeah, these can be really fun characters. I think there's a lot that fits in this. I would say, the ditzy genius is like similar. Yeah, and it is different than success through insanity, which, you know, is always fun and can be put pretty much anywhere. Who doesn't like a good success through insanity character? Are we seeing anything else? Oh yeah, we got the Wonka. And I'm tempted for that because I can't think of too many other examples other than Wonka himself. Let's take a look. But I can go back if you guys want at any point. These sort of characters are usual. The Wonka is the genius who should, by all logic, be fired. That is never going to happen. This genius runs the show. Interesting. Yeah, this is a pretty classic character archetype. I think a lot of people try to write this. I think you could call Kane from Digital Circus a Wonka, in a sense. Is probably a good one. Cloud Cuckoo Lander. Okay. No, that's a really good explanation for it. Where, yeah, Osha would die. And yeah, it's a little bit of an insane character. I don't know if I've ever seen one as the protagonist. Let's look in here. Let's look in here. I've never seen Bakuman. I know I need to. Maiden Abyss. Yeah, all the white whistles, really. Yeah, but once again, not main characters. Yeah, usually these are a character in a position of power in the world, and their insanity causes... What do you call it? It causes conflict for the main character. But they're usually, like Wonka, framed in a positive light by the end. where their conflict has like helped growth in the protagonist, and maybe you didn't see that at the start, but over time it sort of came to you and you realized the lesson all along, very much the wax on, wax off. I think that's what TV tropes would probably call that trope, is the wax on, wax off. I wonder if it is. But that's essentially like a task that feels silly or stupid, but ends up becoming Luffy. Oh yeah, I guess Luffy would be a good example. And he's a main character. See, I think the difficulty of this, I still need to read One Piece. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not insane. The difficulty with a character like this is part of their charm comes from their mystery, at least in my opinion. But let's see if there's anything. Oh, Dr. Emmett Brown. Yeah, you mostly understand Dr. Brown's logic. Anything else? Captain Jack Sparrow is a really good example, I would say. Yeah, and you can see that when they turn Jack into the main character, they kind of lose a lot of the initial magic of that character. Yeah, I would almost say like Luffy is a decent example, yeah. I'm being a little. Let's look at live action TV. I've seen none of it. Oh, the Doctor. That's probably one of the best main character examples, yeah. So you'd want to with a character like this, diving is hard. This is a really hard character to make a main character. And I give nothing but praise to One Piece because it is impressive what they managed to pull off. But essentially, yeah, okay. The Doctor makes sense to me. Part of the way that this can sort of work, if you want to make your Wonka a main character, is coming to understand why they are the way they are and adding depth to the insanity. Yeah, I would say that's a good way of putting it. Which can be a compelling arc. But you always need another character to observe their behavior. So this is kind of the complicated part of a character like this. It's interesting. Okay, it's interesting. Because I think the best episodes... I don't watch Doctor Who anymore. I fell off it a long time ago. But when I used to watch, the best episodes are the ones where we saw the Doctor from an outside perspective. Oh, thank you. I'll drink again. Laukra. Are the ones where we saw the Doctor from an outside perspective. Yeah, I would say yeah. Like the best one is it Blink? Is it Blink? Is that it? Is that it? Blink? Don't blink. I think Blink is a fantastic, and that's entirely from the outside perspective of the Doctor. You don't even get a full interaction. He's just a recording. Same with Wonka himself. Keeping the mystery to these characters can do a lot for these characters. Daenerys Targaryen? That's a stretch. And yes, I am disagreeing with the article itself. Let's look at Western animation. Oh, Miss Frizzle, interesting. Yeah, the Warden of Super Jail is very much so. King Boomy, yeah, very good example. Phineas, interesting. Interesting. Phineas. Yeah, even when they are your main character, you need characters around them who are sort of your straight man. Yeah. Yeah, you would need a straight man to kind of balance that out and be the contrast. That's why the Doctor has a companion. That's why so much of those shows work the way they do. Yeah, you can't have this be a solo protagonist. You could very rarely get away with a solo protagonist. Like, you need some very realism-based writing to make that work, in my opinion. But yeah. What do we hop into now? I guess they are usually a guy too. Yeah, that's true. I can't think of any female examples. Miss Frizzle. Miss Frizzle is a good one. I kind of want to click Cloud Cuckoo Lander because that has me like intrigued. Oh my god. A character with their heads in the clouds. They are very cheerful, strangely oblivious to things that everyone else takes for granted. Oh yes, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. You need people to look at the main character and go, is he always like this? And then go, unfortunately, yes. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what you need. Because here's the thing, right? Everyone kind of accepts that there's not a lot of logic to there's not a huge amount of like actual real world logic to almost any fiction, right? You set the logic of your world through your writing, right? So if you write a world, it's like okay, here's a really good example of this. Michael Bay. Everyone here seen the Michael Bay Transformers? Oh, Goblin Slayer is kind of a Wonka-like character almost. Yeah, but more of a bunny ears lawyer. Yeah. So has everyone seen the Michael Bay Transformers movies? I'm going to assume yes. Unless you're like 2. In which case, if you're 2-year-old watching my stream, I got something for you. I got a present for you. I got a gift. There we go. This is for all the 2-year-olds out there. Let's get these up. We're doing a light. I know it's a little distracted. Don't worry about it. Let's oh, you can see what I'm looking up. Well, that ruins the bit, doesn't it? God damn it, that was gonna be kind of funny. I need to be aware of what I'm doing. That's silly. Where are my keys? There we go. We'll keep these on hand. Oh, they're up there. Okay, good. There you go. Ding ding. Ding ding. How's this working for you, chat? Is this keeping you entertained? Look at them. Jingle jingle. Jingle jingle. We'll keep those over here. I'm gonna rename these to keys. Jingle jingle. Anyways, okay, now that we got the 2-year-olds back in the game, let's talk about this. What was I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about? God damn, the keys worked on me. Oh, Michael Bay. There we go. So Michael Bay, Transformers. I'm going to assume everyone's seen it. If not, I don't know what to say to you. You missed out on a cultural phenomenon. You missed it. Anyways, so in Michael Bay's Transformers, it's interesting from a world building perspective because everyone in those movies is an asshole. Like an unadulterated mean person in every single movie. Like without break, essentially. Everyone is horrible. Everyone is awful in those movies. Everyone talks to each other the way people on the internet type. And because the world and the characters are written that way, most people kind of just accept that. That's not at all anything close to what real people talk about, or even talk like. No one in the real world is that mean for no reason. But in the Michael Bay Transformers movies, while it can be grating and annoying, you never think it's unrealistic. So if you have a character who is magical, zany, and acts weird, it's kind of going to be the audience's assumption that the world works that way. Yeah, so like, if you said anything in New York, it's like you see a zany person doing something crazy in the street and people just go, it's New York. It's why Pee Wee Herman works best when you like, it's so fascinating to take a character like Pee Wee Herman and like in his movie just pull him into the world and like show the world and how the world exists around Pee Wee, and that it is a little magical. It's a little more magical than our world, but it's not all like him, which makes him more interesting. And I think that's, yeah. So you need juxtaposition to make a Cloud Cuckoo Lander main character work. I find they can be a little difficult from an audience perspective as a viewer for a side character. Like, okay, this is actually a good note here. One mark of a Cloud Cuckoo Lander is when 90% of the time you think the character is just plain nuts, but 10% of the time you suspect the character is in fact the only sane man on the show. In other words, a Cloud Cuckoo Lander has massive knowledge and understanding of the workings of the universe, but a poor way of communicating that to anyone else. Unfortunately, when they all are smart, nobody else is, and when they're not, everybody else is. In any event, they can be oddly endearing. Now, this is a good way to take... Yeah, I'd say Deadpool. Let's see if Deadpool's in the examples. Comic strip. Not comic strips. Is there comic books anywhere here? Audio plays comedy comic. Where's the comics? We have pro wrestling. Theater. Toys. Would it be in comic strips? Oh, Calvin is a great example of how to do this character really right. Let's do films animation. Really, I wouldn't. I mean, from the contrast of the world, see, this is what makes this interesting. Okay, so we have Belle from Beauty and the Beast, being called a Cloud Cuckoo Lander, and I don't think most people would consider her that. But when you look at her in the world, she is, because she is so different from the environment around her. But the audience won't consider her that. To them, it's as if we pull back, the only sane man. She is the only sane one, because we are not, the world is portrayed in such an outlandish way, and she is our first perspective. She is the center of the film. That's how, like, trying to do this can kind of backfire. Kronk, like a soft one. The babysitter? No, I don't think so. I know I'm looking at this article and just disagreeing with it. Interesting. Let's look at normal Western animation. What is with this? Are we missing categories? Where's normal animation? Huh? There's no anime section? There's just Asian animation? Huh. Podcasts? Cool? Radio video, tabletop games. Huh. I feel like there's a lot missing here. Oh god, they have their whole subpages. Okay. Comic books. Let's see if Deadpool's in here. Jesus, there's a lot. Yeah, this is a very popular character archetype. I'm not actually seeing Deadpool, which is interesting. Maybe we should look back at this. The Tick. Oh, crazy is cool might be a better way of putting that. Of Deadpool. Would the Hunchback of Notre Dame be considered that? Okay, so this isn't wacky. Okay, this is more like a character who seems like they're in a different world. Yeah, then by this logic, the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Let's read more. Character with their head in the clouds. They are cheerful, strangely oblivious. They may have an argument with themselves. Okay, no basis, rambling stories. They make totally unintentional double entendres. Sometimes called Space Case, Space Cadet, or just plain old strange. Cuckoo clock chime is an indicator of one. Not malicious. Plucky comic relief. I wonder if Abed from Community would be counted as this. That's what I'm kind of wondering. I don't know if he would, because he does often seem to be in a different world. Let's go to comedy down here. Is there like a comic books fan works live action TV? Cloud Cuckoo Landers. I wonder if Abed. Tracy Jordan of 30 Rock is a very good example of this character. Yeah. I would not call Saul Goodman a Cloud Cuckoo Lander. That's a stretch by any measure. Sorry, I'll scroll down. I would say Adrian Pimento, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Really, I'm just surprised Abed's not in here. That's so weird to me. I've seen a lot of... Phoebe is a great example. But I would... Maybe Abed just counts in a different category. But, What would you consider the main cast of Third Rock from the Sun as? I actually haven't seen Third Rock from the Sun. I have been meaning to watch that for years, but I keep putting it off. Okay, let's look at some Western animation examples, because I find those help me the most. Sheen is a very good example. A large portion of the cast of Adventure Time. Yeah, genuinely. Ice King is probably actually like the best example of this, because he shows how you can use the trope in a more interesting way. Spoilers! Ice King is a lot more complicated than he initially appears. I think it's pretty well known to most people at this point. But they play with this trope and they use it to make you question the whole world, which they start to do. So like Adventure Time's a really interesting show in exactly what I was just talking about, where in the beginning it established the norm and then made it its primary theme to question that, which is fascinating. That's a fascinating idea, is to go, hey, we're doing a wacky, zany show, and you're just gonna accept the details of the world. Yeah, there's a dog that stretches. He's called Finn the Human, and there's a guy with ice wizard powers who's crazy and kidnaps princesses. and there's a gum princess and a vampire. And then it looks at what it has, what it's established, and begins, and pretty much everything past the 4th season. After, I think it's the 4th, the showrunner changes. Pendleton Ward is brilliant at establishing strangeness. Okay, so if you've seen some of his shows, Bravest Warriors, Adventure Time, and his masterpiece, Midnight Gospel, he's very good at establishing a strange world that is strange just for the heck of it. That it's just strange. That's just how the world works. It's weird. If you ever see it without its hat on, no, that's weird. So it establishes a strange world. And Adventure Time is very interesting because it's, I think, the only one of his shows that was just passed off to another creator, and that was Adam Muto. And Adam Muto essentially said, well, there was a few episodes we had in there that the audience responded to very strongly. And those were like the episodes that looked at Simon and the Ice King and why the Ice King is the way he is. And people were really responding to the post-apocalyptic element of the setting. I think all of this sort of stems from the post-apocalypse, which is, hey, it's a weird world. And then a post-apocalyptic hint makes you go, why is it a weird world? Why is the world magic? Why do people behave that way? Why does it work that way? And when you start questioning the world, you'll start questioning everything in it. Why is Marceline a vampire? Let alone, why does she seem to be the only one? And the rest of the run of that show, not a lie, is the why. The first half was setting up this complicated, intricate world. And the second half was deconstructing it and finding why it works the way it does. And I think that it worked really well for Adventure Time. That is a nightmare to pull off, and I've never seen anyone manage to do it since. Gravity Falls. Sorry. That is also the crux of Gravity Falls, but you kind of start in the middle with Gravity Falls. Because you have that fish out of water character who doesn't accept the strangeness and goes, why is this the way it is? Yeah, this is sorry, I totally went on a massive tangent there. But yeah, essentially I'm a big fan of Adventure Time. I'm a big fan of Adventure Time, and I think it did a lot right that we're still kind of deconstructing to this day. I think it did a lot wrong. It's not a perfect show. I still miss the initial concept of Adventure Time. I was a big fan of the pilot when it dropped on the internet, and I was a big fan of that creative, fun, like almost like an adult playing with animated toys feeling that the early show had. It was reminiscent of you playing with toys as a kid. And for people who were just the right age, it took them on the same journey they would have been, which is like playing with toys. You develop an interest in story, and you start fleshing out those toys, and then you end it with a big bang. And Adventure Time kind of did that exact thing. I think a lot of people had that same journey with their toys, you know? Like at first it was just like cars on a railing, and they were doing a cool track. But eventually there were championships. Eventually there was losses and victories. Eventually there was relationships between the characters in those cars. And eventually it became a story. And that's what a lot of people's first experience writing is like. So it's interesting that in retrospect, I think Adventure Time had a very similar journey, you know? And I think that's why it's as iconic as it is. But either way, let's keep going. Several characters in the amazing world of Gumball. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, the entire banana family is a good example, especially because they do have like a deeper insight into the world sometimes. Francine, American Dad. Yep. Yep. Spud from American Dragon Jake Long. Yeah, these are all very good examples. I kind of get the character. It's the character who is usually acts in kind of a dumb way, but then often has brief, deep, insightful glimpses into the world. I don't think this is true that, like, if this character says anything, everyone else has to be dumb. But I do think it, because often, like, part of the fun of a character like this is those moments where they do have, like, that deep, powerful insight. Seeing the other characters react to them is, like, part of the fun. But yeah, I do think it is a good archetype. And I don't think it's that hard to write. Yeah. I think this is like Ron? I'd say Ron. Well, we'll see. Let's actually go to Western animation and see if Ron is in there. He might be. Daffy Duck. Yep. Fillmore. I don't remember that character, but I do remember Fillmore. Oh yeah, lots of Foster's Home characters. Lots of Foster Home. Mabel Pine Seuss from Gravity Falls is a fantastic example of this kind of character. Like, he could almost be the picture because he sometimes does have those deep moments of insight. I'm not seeing Kim Possible, and I think it's because I don't know. I don't think Ron really fits it. He's smarter than that. I'd say he's not like head in the clouds enough. Yeah, Rufus. Recess. Yeah, I would say Mikey is a good character for this. Pops is a fantastic example. Fred, yeah, is kind of good. And sometimes Homer as well, yeah. I think these are all very good examples. Yeah, Ron is a bit more of a classic comedic relief. Probably has a trope related to some kind of like klutz or juxtaposition or contrast or something of the sort, I would say. But yeah. Yes. Okay. Let's find something else to click on. Let's keep diving. I feel like I want to click on Only Sane Man. Let's get into that. Okay, when there's a group of characters who are all just totally weird, either in general or in a particular scenario, the Only Sane Man is the only one who, well, isn't. Alice is stupid, evil psycho for hire. Bob is Cloud Cuckoo Lander. Henry is Empty Shell. Charlotte is chaotic, stupid prankster. Carl is an extreme doormat who is stupid good. Wow, there's a whole list here. But we'll get to it. But then you have Isaac, who is a well-adjusted individual. He reacts appropriately and normally, essentially. This is me? I am the only... Look, if I'm the only sane man of Yokast, this company has a far bigger problem than anyone has acknowledged. If I'm the sane one, then Yokast has a... No, this is chat. Yeah, it kind of is you guys. This is you guys in our streams. Yes. Yeah, so this I think is almost self-explanatory. This can be really fun to write. I think it's actually like one of the easiest things, not easiest, but easier trope, like not just characters, but situations that you can find yourself in. Also, hello, Domore. Do more? I'm gonna go, I think it's do more, but I like do more. But you know, whatever it is. I think this is actually do more. Oh, it is do more. I do like that. This is I don't even know what name I just said. This is a interesting, so this is, I think, a pretty easy character archetype to write in a sense. So let's dive into that. Because you have a, you know, that makes sense. I kind of get, I think it's the capitalization and the big M. That's just my impression. But anyways, okay. Let's do this. I really kind of want to click on butt monkey. Let's go to Western animation for this, because like, okay. Avatar: The Last Airbender as a lengthy. Bob Belcher is a pretty good example of this. Is there any ones that are a consistent example? I don't want one that's like situational. I know Butt Monkey is completely safe for work, but I just really want to click it. I kind of want a consistent, reoccurring example of a character who is the essential straight man of the show. I guess Hank. Because everyone around him is so wacky. But I want something with a little bit more wackiness. I'm looking. Sorry to go out. I just read the article of Not So Above It All. Was there something there? Oh, Class of 3000. Wow, that's a throwback. Oh, Chris from Dan Versus. Oh yeah, I do love that. We'll open Not So Above It All and come back to it. Good pick, do more. But Mac, maybe, because he can get a little wacky sometimes. But I want something consistent. I want something where like you look at that and it's like, oh yeah, that is, everyone around him is completely insane, and he's sort of the center point of the show. There's definitely better examples than I'm finding. Probably a better thing would be live action TV. I wonder if they're gonna do Community. It feels weirdly obvious to do Community. Maybe Jeff from Community. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, Troy during the that arc. Yep. So this kind of character I think can work. And it can be really interesting to explore this kind of character, especially if they do. Oh, you know what's a really good example? If anyone's seen Centaur World, you actually have that in Horse, the main character of the show. And yeah, that's a perfect example. That should be in here. While I do that, I'm just gonna scroll. You know what? Let's look at anime. You guys all like anime. You like the anime? Yeah, anime and manga. You like the anime, right? Anime, I don't think I see this example too much. And I do watch a lot of, None of these are ringing bells. I don't know if I'd go with Dr. Fuyutsuki. I don't know about that. You never sort of get that perspective, and I think the important part to making this character archetype work is perspective. Oh, hello, Ringo. Oh, Daily Lives of High School Boys. Yes, that's a good example. Oh, hello, James. And don't worry, you're not gonna miss today because today's going for a while. Oh, okay, yes. What was I just saying? Yeah, there's some good examples here, I would say. We'll come back to that. Yes. Okay. So the part of the important part, I think, to making this work is perspective. Because if you have a world where everyone is insane except for one person, right? Where everyone is insane, like everyone. We'll go with Gravity Falls. I think that's pretty well known. Where everyone's comfortable with the weirdness of the town except for Dipper, and you take it out of Dipper's perspective, then suddenly he is the only insane man in a sane world, because the audience's perspective determines normalcy and determines sanity in many ways. And I think that's where a lot of the recommendations here and examples just don't work, in my opinion. Yes. So I think this one is pretty easy to do right, in a sense that you can sort of have this be your perspective character and use them to world build, essentially, is how I would put it. You use these characters to explore the world. They're often very curious, or alternatively, they're a character who has the world thrust upon them, and is a reluctant protagonist, which is fun too. Yes. And I think this is a pretty fun one. I think this is a pretty fun one. Yes. And it can allow you to explore the world. And if they are the only sane man, that allows you to have an interesting cast of characters. Oh, I don't know that one. Claimed he's from Mars. Interesting. I'll have to look that up, James. But essentially, yeah. What was I just saying? Yeah, and I think there's probably a name for this, where you have a character who is the only sane man, but it's not from his perspective or her perspective, and then in the end they're proven right. Like, that's, yeah, but it works more from a shock value and like a recontextualization value rather than a raw like explorative and character-based value from a writing standpoint, if that makes sense. I think these can be really fun characters, but yeah, they can be grating, to say the least. They can be a little grating. We have an array of options here. Let's go to Not So Above It All. The straight man takes a fall. His usual position is far above the prevailing attitude of his crew. Wackiness, pettiness, or just general slackeritis. A story where the wackiness level is really high. The straight man is still goofier and wackier than anyone you know, but he has his standards to maintain. Under no circumstances will he allow himself to be pulled into the general chaos of those around him, until he does. Okay. This isn't a character so much, but a moment. And I think it can be a fun one. Like, obviously this one is pretty iconic for good reason from JoJo. It's a great scene. This is almost a perfect summarization of it. In an image, in a singular image. But let's look at Western animation. Because I think Benson from Regular Show would be in here. Like the episode where he sort of... Amazing World of Gumball is so true. Any moment where Nicole or Anais join into the insanity, yeah, absolutely a perfect example. Be Cool Scooby-Doo. I need to watch Be Cool Scooby-Doo. Like, okay, the show's ugly. Look at that. Look at this monstrosity. Look at that. That's hideous. Oh, I've zoomed in too far. I can't show you. Okay, you know what? That I can't show. It's not zooming right. But look at this. Look at those characters. Look at those character designs. Yeah, but it's apparently hilarious. I need to watch this show. Refuge in Audacity. Interesting. Let's look that up. Let's get some Refuge in Audacity going. Being very brave typing on stream. Usually when characters do something, but let's keep not so above it all and come back to that later. Let's look at some more examples. Codename Kid Next Door. Don't agree with number 2. Yeah. This is a pretty self-explanatory one, I think. It's a character who thinks they're above it all, but then has their moment where they sort of break and join in. Yeah. Sometimes related to an idiot ball moment. Yeah, who's holding the idiot ball? But yeah, Be Cool Scooby-Doo is a bad show. Also, hi Talks, hello over there as well. Oh, sorry. Hello over there. Hello over there. Be Cool Scooby-Doo is apparently a great show. And from the bits of writing I've seen, it's quite charming and funny. So I think I really need to give it a shot. The downside is I don't know if it's available on any streaming site. Like, at all. I've never managed to find it. And I'm running out of space on my computers for television shows. Candace. Candace is probably a really solid example, Talks. Actually, yeah, because normally she acts like she's above the boys' hijinks, but occasionally joins in. Yeah, if that's not in here, I'll be deeply upset. Wow, seriously? I think that's a great example. Really? Owl House has some good examples. Yep, definitely. No one's seen the Patrick Star Show. That's fine. Marge. Yeah, most early Simpsons Marge episodes are this example. This is exactly what it is in most early Simpsons Marge episodes. Marge is a little bit insane. Marge, usually sort of the voice of sanity, joins in on the fun occasionally. Yeah, that's a good example. Yep, Solar Opposites Corvo. Yeah, especially I think in the season finale, the most recent season, that's a great example. Is Corvo. That's almost like the trope synthesized into an arc, is the newest episode of Solar Opposites. Yeah, I think these are all fine examples. I think these Steven Universe. Why did I hear something? Oh, okay. I thought I heard something behind me. Okay, let's move on to Refuge in Audacity. We're going back here. Look at all these. So clickable. Sometimes a character does the exact opposite, takes their misdeeds so far over the top, there's no way they can't be noticed and they still get away with it. The key is to be so audacious in how you violate the rules that no one can believe you did it. Is this kind of like the vat of acid? No. Let's look. Once again, Western animation is my go-to for examples because I know a lot of those. Let's find a grounded show because I think that's going to help me understand it best. Oh, not that much. Maybe I need to read more on this. The key is to be so audacious in how you violate the rules that no one can believe you did it. If someone tells the police how you tried to stab them with a knife, you'll be arrested. However, if they tell the police how you tried to throw them into a tank full of hammerheads, sharks, razor blades, sulfuric acid and banana peels, there's good odds the police will just laugh them off and not bother investigating. Is Phineas and Ferb just an example of this as a show? Is that a correct statement? Because, yeah. Usual Suspects might be a decent example, actually. Huh. That's an interesting sort of spin on that trope, actually, if you think about it. What can this do? Interesting. This is... I think there's no better use for this than what Phineas and Ferb did, which is the consistent rule of the world. I guess Phineas and Ferb might not count because, like, it's not just the evidence of their deeds are frequently erased as they do them. Mayhaps. I can see how that wouldn't work, and I can see how that would. Let's look at more examples. Anime, maybe? I don't watch anime. Just kidding, I do. I don't know if Baki... I don't feel like Baki has anything that really... Like, I'm looking at the Baki the Grappler examples, which is the show I know thus far. I don't know. Maybe on like a metatextual level, but that'd be generous to say the least. To put Baki into that. Yeah, the cute bunny character that's actually evil. That's probably a good example. Hino's Journey is great. Yeah. But you see, for JoJo, you'd think the baby who uses the dream stand would be in this, but it's not. Which makes me wonder if I'm misunderstanding it. Or if everyone else is. Maybe live action. Let's go live action and see if we can't find any examples. Large ham? Well, we'll see if we find it randomly. We're trying to page hop right now. We did some specifics, but now we're trying to page hop. Interesting. Refuge in audacity. Basically, something would be impossible if not for some sort of element. Or completely illogical, so no one believes it. I can see some... Yeah, this would be hard to do consistently in anything more than a moment. But I do see how this could be a fun exercise. This could pretty much, yeah, Doctor Who, I think, is really what sort of made it work mentally for me. This is something I think could only exist in like episodic or serialized content. So like a comic strip, something with multiple instances, multiple stories within it. I don't know if you could do Refuge in Audacity reliably in any sort of way other than maybe a punchy moment in a novel, like a singular long story. I don't know. I guess you could say, like we said, The Usual Suspects is a halfway decent example. Maybe. And Phineas and Ferb obviously turns it into its entire crux. I don't know. I don't know if I can offer too much advice when it comes to this one. It's pretty self-explanatory. You have an element of the world that is absurd. I'd say I'd offer reluctant advice would be how I'd put it. Be careful with this one, because it can come across as like a freebie. You know what I mean? Like, okay. So if you've established a strange element in the world, I can't remember what I was watching recently. What was it? But I was watching something, and they basically got away with doing something thanks to Refuge in Audacity. I'm like, oh, that's so absurd. No one would ever believe that. But they'd established it as a normal part of the world earlier. Like, everyone was kind of aware of it. Was it Invincible? No. I'm not sure. No, it was Invincible. Where, yeah, they'd established that people can, they've established superheroes exist in the world. And I think at some point, I might be totally off base. At some point, someone does something and goes, how would I ever do that? I'd need to have superpowers. But like, superheroes exist in the world. It's really not that far of a stretch to believe they could do that. So like, but they get away with it due to Refuge in Audacity. So I would say be careful, because sometimes what seems like it makes sense in our world can actually make it feel like a freebie to the characters, that they can get away with something that they really shouldn't have in their world. Does that make sense to everyone? Does that make sense? Yeah. So like, while Refuge to Audacity can be fun, it can be funny, it can be really funny. Who doesn't love a good Refuge in Audacity? It can be like, for your own writing, make sure to understand the internal logic of your world when you use it, and build off what you know to be true. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, so now we're back to Only Sane Man, and we're gonna hop here. So we have Empty Shell, Extreme Doormat, Stupid Good, Shallow Shallow Psycho Sociopath are separate, Rhymes on a Dime, Mad Artist Wax Statues, Dysfunction Junction, Honor Before Reason. What are we? Pomni? Maybe that was Pomni. Maybe it was Digital Circus, where they'd established something and then gotten away with it because they're like, oh, it's wacky. Who would ever do that? But like, it's a pretty insane world. That kind of thing happens here. Oh, I do see that more. Exactly the problem I was talking about in web shows, weirdly enough, and web comics. Used a lot for YA fiction. I would agree with that. And okay. So sometimes Refuge from in Audacity can be pretty frustrating, and Stranger Things is actually a good example of this in the later seasons. So in one of the later seasons, I don't remember her character's name, but it's Winona Ryder goes to David Hopper and goes, hey, something weird is going on. And then David Harbour, Sheriff Hopper or whatever, is like, don't think so. Even though she's been right about this like multiple years in a row. He's like, no, that's a little audacious. The villain gets to hide in Refuge in Audacity, despite the fact that what she is proposing is a pretty well-established part of the world at this point. So like, yeah, it can be really frustrating to have that, especially when you make something like that a core plot component. It can be maddening from an audience perspective. It can be maddening. fucking insanely maddening. But either way, before we hop on to another article, I have to go to a monster meeting. So I'm going to wait. Let me and take a little break. I'll be gone like 10 minutes probably. I need to add text here. Wait, I have an idea. I wonder if I'm gonna get dinged for this. I wonder if I'm gonna get dinged for this. No, not worth the trouble. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having fun. Let's do this. Let's select my font. I don't remember what it's called. What's this one look like? That looks nice. Okay, that nice and wide. Too wide chat. Because I'm gonna be right back. And we'll get that pulled down. Give me a sec. I'm figuring this out. This is the first time setup. Yeah, that looks passable. Okay, so now I'm gonna BRB. You'll see me disappear in just a sec fully. And y'all be back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, let me put my clothes on. Let me just get dressed here. Oh, there I am. And now let's bring up TV Tropes again. And we're back. Okay, I got myself a little snack. Hopefully it's not too loud. 'Cause I'm going long today, chat. We're in the long haul. Delicious. Okay. Did we come to a decision of where we're going next? Come on, go off in Twitch, go off in YouTube. Tell me where we're going. What do you want me to click on? What has you all interested? I kind of do want to go to Large Ham. That's the only suggestion we have thus far in chat. No one else offers anything. I'm just going to type in Large Ham. We're going there. Are we going there, chat? Going to Large Ham? Okay, I'm going to go to Large Ham. We just did Cloud Cuckoo Lander. Sorry, James. I'd go through it again. Go Large Ham. Made my rule, instantly breaking it. Okay, we'll go back to wax statues then. Next. Oh my god. A ridiculously larger-than-life character, public speaker, or orator, full of charisma, energy. Oh, this is me! This is me! This is who I am! One ham singing an ode to another, yes. This is me! This is me IRL! Look, it's me! I'm on TV Tropes. Very rich source of vitamin meme. Yeah, that makes sense. sort of a larger than life, often in the portrayal, I'm guessing, rather than just the, let's go to Western animation, always a good go-to. Oh. Lemon Grab is a fantastic example. This one's hard. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Avery Bullock on American Dad. This is an interesting one. Can you write this? Is there any in literature? Let's look. That's like a general note. It's very funny. It's like a general, yeah, notoriously hammy is a good way of putting it. Just a bit above it all. Discworld. I love me some Discworld. Yes, notice how a lot of these reference, even within here, they reference the actor. I don't know if a lot of this can be controlled in writing. This is like a casting decision, I would say. Because the wrong actor could make a large ham character just not work. Can you guys hear my chewing? I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry. Oh, these are so good. They're like these little crispy, tiny rice cakes and like a sweet chili powder. They're so good. They're basically chips. But they're so good. Yeah. Yeah, I think this can exist in literature. It's something you'll more than often see in writing. I mean, sorry, not in writing, in acting. It's a good one. Like a good source of entertainment, memes. These characters will heighten scenes that they're in. They're often the most likable part of any group. I may have a slight bias. You know, the best part of anything, really. But no, someone to chew the scenery, enjoy their own existence, and add a little bit of grandiosity to the most humble of moments is often an upside. Yeah, I would say this is a good one. I'd say this is a good one. Once again, I don't know if you can write this. This is something that happens on the acting level. This is an actor's decision, not a you know, writer's. And you can try to write a character to play with a certain actor or a certain style, but in the end, it comes down to the actor doing it right. I don't have too much to say, because like, sorry. It's a decision. It's a decision an actor makes. And I approach things from a writing perspective. They're fun. They're fun character archetypes. But yeah. Yep, Robin Williams, Jim Carrey. I wonder if they're going to be under the actor category. Brian Blessed, very consistently. Jim Carrey, yep. Robin Williams, Samuel L. Jackson. Gary Oldman, really. I guess every now and then, yeah. Not as consistent. I think part of like the large ham appeal is a consistent character of that type. John Goodman, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Will Ferrell, a very good example. But yeah, notice how the actor section is very fleshed out. Yeah, because it is an actor's decision, fundamentally. So be careful with your casting, I guess. This doesn't. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that's interesting from a writing perspective. Because you're trusting someone else. And if I know anything about writers, they're very bad at trusting. Because as a writer, one of the things that's sort of drilled into your head is to write as if people just won't understand your work. Which is bad. It's a bad habit to be in, but it's a very easy habit to be in, especially if you're trying to hit like the competitive circuit. If you're trying to like enter into competitions and win awards, the simpler is often the better, even at the highest level of awards. Subtlety doesn't do well in award shows. Good evening, Ash. Subtlety often does very poorly in award shows. So as a writer, you're told to try to avoid this kind of character, essentially. Because I don't think they work purely in text. I'm snacking. I don't think they work at all in, like, purely in text. I think they can. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying it's difficult. And I don't really have any advice for getting it right. I think a character like this would tempt people to have a lot of fun with how they stylize dialogue. You know, using capitalization, like capitalizing an entire word. And I'd advise against that. Because, you know, that's one of like the paradoxes of writing is don't trust your audience, but at the same time you have to do things that require trust from your audience. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah. Any examples from animated film? Genie, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The Queen of Hearts, yep. John loves the radio. Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. Oh, Hercules. Yeah, but see how it's like Hercules has Hades, in which James Woods, like, it gets actor specific. Yeah, these are really great characters. These are really fun characters. I'd say with this, it comes down to trust your casting director, which I don't want to get into trusting your casting director. I don't trust any casting directors. I just don't. They're not gonna do what I want. I'll trust a director, but a casting director is like a step removed, you know? It's like 2 steps if you count the producer. Yeah. I don't know. This is kind of a lightning in a bottle situation where you've written the right character for the right actor. Like, it's hard to make happen. It's hard for this to be by design. Yeah, it's just hard for this to be by design. I don't think you can go into a project anticipating creating a large ham. I really don't. You need the right actor, the right director to trust the large ham's actor's instincts, and you need the right lines. Because the large ham on a character who doesn't have the right kind of lines, well, that's when you get into some really weird B-movie territory. Where you have actors who are so large. Sorry, something went down the wrong tube. You have actors who are so large and their dialogue is so small. Wow, Really, that was food. That was food that's in my lungs now. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, Gaston is a ham character. Is he not in here? Yep, Gaston. Yep, Nicolas Cage is an actor. Yeah, you guys got a freak off. I was hoping you hadn't noticed. Yeah. Yeah, but that's really hard to do by design, is what I would say. Yeah. You gotta trust a lot of people to make a character like that work. And if there's any break in that process, any creative desynchronization between the writer and the actor, which is a multi-step chain, you're out of luck, man. Okay. Let's get on to the Wax Museum. The Wax Museum morgue is a staple setting of the Pulp Fiction horror movie. Often these things are run by fanatical sculptors who lost their skills at one point and had to turn to mad science as a way of regaining their ability to express themselves. This is a very specific trope. This is the idea that, like, people being turned into wax statues. Interesting. Is there any good examples? Lupin the Third. Yeah. Weirdly enough, the example that comes to my mind, I guess, is kind of similar. Would be comic book guy in that one Halloween episode of The Simpsons where they do superheroes. Like, a name for this is House of Wax, and the remake of House of Wax. Let's look and see if there's anything in Western animation. Kind of my go-to. Petrification rays, I guess, would classify. Web animation. Of course, Red vs. Blue has touched on this. Live action TV. I would think that'd be very popular. Oh, of course there's a Twilight Zone about this. This is such a Twilight Zone concept. I don't think I've actually seen this episode. I might have to watch that. Elegy. Maybe I'll watch that after this. That looks good. I've been feeling some Twilight Zone. It's kind of a Twilight Zone season right now. You know, kind of holly jolly, but also a little spooky. That's kind of the vibes. Yeah. This is a very specific example. I feel like I saw this. What was I watching that had a weird Gravity Falls? Oh, was it Amphibia? I think it was Amphibia. Yeah, I think Amphibia has something like this. Let me Google this. Let me Google this. Yeah, Amphibia actually has a pretty solid example of this, with like monsters and people being turned into statues. Yeah, I would say so. I don't know why it's not on the list. Yeah, I don't know why it's not on the list. I think it's a perfect example. Either way. Very Sorry, I just noticed this says Lunatics Unleashed. Do you guys remember Lunatics Unleashed? Does anyone remember Lunatics Unleashed? We gotta go in. Ah, yes, Lunatics Unleashed. Oh, this is fun. It's a mid-2000s remake. I don't know, sequel series? Spin-off? It's a show about the descendants of the Looney Tunes, but they're like superheroes. This is one of my favorite, like, I swear this should count as lost media. Yeah, that dumb smirk, that's the whole show. That's like half of these characters' characterization, is the dumb smirk trope combined with the speedster, the genius, the lancer, the heart, and the muscle. Yeah, this is yeah. I'm gonna have a snack. This is a mess of a show. It's very 2000s. It's very 2000s. Yes, Rango. It's very 2000s. I love this. The Ace. Ace Bunny is supposed to be this. He's supposed to. Yeah, this is the era of I heard kids liked Batman Beyond. This is Batman Beyond for Looney Tunes. That's probably the best way of putting it. Which, I kind of miss this era of television. Like, I genuinely do. Because this is creative. Like, for all you could say about this mess, it's at least interesting. You know what I mean? It's not the 8th exact same remake of a property. It tries to take things in a different direction. It tries to do something weird with the IP, like points for that, even if it is soulless. And you know what? It's fun. I do agree, Fred. It is a very fun show. I do think it's soulless. It is soulless. It is so soulless. It is. Okay, you got another cough. I tried to cough away from the mic. It didn't work. It is so soulless. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's very messy. But it is fun. It is fun. Let's go to the Ace. The Ace. Legate Lanius. The Ace is someone who's ridiculously good at everything they do. Whatever that happens to be, and everyone knows it. People look up to them, envy them, are in awe of them. They have a reputation for doing the impossible and may be shrouded in myth, as people are unable to separate their real accomplishments from the unfounded rumors. Yeah, the Ace is rarely the protagonist. I really want to take some time to focus on this line. The Ace is rarely the protagonist. So an Ace style character is difficult to sell because you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here, right? Can you guys see it? On one hand, you kind of have two options. One, either they make your protagonist look like a fucking fool, a la Konosuba. I think if we go down to the anime of the Ace, we should see the one guy, the sword guy from Konosuba. Really? Really? Kind of a perfect example. Because on one hand, yeah, you might accidentally write a Mary Sue or a Mary Stu. And on the other, you make your protagonist look like a fucking chump. In a non-comedic setting, a character like this is more times than not bad. No one wants to read a story about about a protagonist who's just cool, does everything great, and never has any challenge. No one wants that. And no one wants a story about someone just being better. Wait, shit, Batman. Okay, wait. Is Batman under comic books? I swear to God. God damn it. Okay. So that's complicated my criticism here. Yeah, if you're gonna do an ace, they need to lose periodically, essentially. It's a pretty easy balance to strike. Just don't mess up. With an ace, you need to set a limit. Batman's is prep time. Discount the shadow. You're right. You're right. Oh, James, good hit. Yeah, Batman can be boring. And let's not lie, okay? This might be me. This might just be me. But I love it when I love Batman in non-Batman main character media. I love Batman appearing in Superman shows. Because he's more interesting from that distance. Or if you do have Batman, he essentially can't be the ace. He needs to be like facing a new foe that he's challenging. Or learning how to become Batman. Or coming up against challenges which are beyond his skills, which cause him to question his abilities. Yeah, do more. Yeah. I don't want to say just like, because he can be interesting, but he's never interesting as the ace in his own stories. I like him a lot more in Justice League than his own show. I would fully agree with that. He works really well in Batman Beyond. There's a reason that show's so good. There's a reason that show is so beloved. Because we have a non-ace Batman next to an ace Batman. When he's a supporting character, even a deuteragonist, he can be a lot more interesting. And even he's not a perfect ace in Batman Beyond. But yeah, Alfred Pennyworth is a good example too, in some situations. Let's look at a Western example, Western animated examples. Anne Boonchoy. I would hard disagree that she counts as an ace. Her whole thing. I love Batman and he became his own thing, but when looking into it, I found the shadow and how a lot of Batman was direct plagiarism. No, it's true. You look at the early superheroes and that's what they are. Yeah. It's just true. It's just true. A lot of the original superheroes is a very Oreo and Hydrox situation. Oh, Bugs Bunny. That's an interesting one. But Bugs Bunny is interesting because he has rules. When you're writing a character like the Ace, your rules need to change. So Bugs Bunny actually does have a very interesting rule. Yeah, and Batman actually did originally use a gun, fun fact for everyone. He used guns, especially during World War II. He used them quite often. That's like not that's not a consistent rule. It only has been recently. Okay. So if you're writing an ace main character story, here's the thing. Your limitations need to be metatextual. Like Bugs Bunny will always win any fight he's in. You know, and I mean fight more in the metaphorical sense than a physical, literal fight. In any conflict, he will pretty much always come out on top. That's a rule to that character. He is an ace. He's good at everything. He's pretty unstoppable. And yes, he could beat up Goku. Bugs Bunny could beat up Goku. That's just true. Because it's a rule that he wins, and Goku doesn't have that rule. Goku has the rule that he wins eventually. So. Oh, Saitama! Yeah, but Saitama's bad at video games. So I wouldn't really say he's the ace. He's kind of bad at being alive. I think this is slightly different. Like, I think it really does mean good at everything. But he probably will still be in here. What a jump. Let's go One Punch Man. No, he's not in here. Interesting. Then I would agree with this. Because Saitama is sort of balanced by being bad at life. But yeah, so the rule with Bugs Bunny is he will almost always win. But that's not the rule that matters. I like that Chad separately on two different people, two different streams said he couldn't kill the mosquito, and it's true. But Bugs Bunny also was never allowed to start a fight. So when you're handling an ace-style character, it requires almost more care than any other character. It's so easy to mess this up. Like, that's what I was joking about earlier. Like, just don't fuck up. You need to set rules for yourself with a character like this. And they tend to be better in comedies than drama. Like, I'm not seeing any good drama examples except maybe Batman. Yeah. Oh, Skips. Skips is a good example. Okay. Now, I want to go to Butt Monkey. I saw it here. It was on the other page. Bugs Bunny. The coyote's after you. No, it's Roadrunner. God damn it. Dr. Manhattan would be an interesting one. It would be an interesting one. I don't know if he'd count as an ace. He's kind of just very overpowered. Let's see. Let's see if they put him in there. Yeah, Batman, Batgirl. No, I don't think they count Manhattan, and I see why. Because he's bad at people. And Ace will be good at everything. Tall poppy syndrome. Oh, did I say something was a subversion? Yeah. Oh, yeah, sort of. Yeah, I guess you could say that is more of a genre-aware thing. Yes, to James. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, and I don't... Yeah. That's an interesting question. Because Dr. Manhattan isn't necessarily good at things. I think the ace isn't typically about power, it's about skill. Yeah. Interesting question. Interesting question, if he counts towards that. And I think there's an argument. Ah, yes. Very, very related to the Renaissance Man archetype. Tall puppies get cut down. We're gonna do this and then we're gonna do Butt Monkey. Close ace. This is in a lot of stories a pretty fun way to use an ace. Is like how do I put this? Yeah. To kill them off to add tension. Often in a comedy scenario. Can be, like there's something distinctly funny about this guy will save our lives. He's good. Like, I think a good example of this is Spy Kids 3. With the guy showing up and instantly dying is like a good example of an ace being used with the tall poppy syndrome. And that's just when you kill off a strong character. Does it have its place? I think so. I think it really does. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. There's probably some really good examples. I really want to go to Films Live Action to see if they actually use the Spy Kids 3 as an example. Because I think it does work. Okay, I'm pouring more water into my bottle. Why am I transferring bottles? It's just how this circle thing works. I guess it kind of is used as the setup in Hot Fuzz. Sorry, I'll scroll down. Yeah, because he's kind of the best and then he gets put out. This is fun. It's hard to say like specific examples for this. I think this is just like a very good plot device would be the way I would put it. Is a very good plot device. Oh, they didn't use Guy. I think that's actually a good example. Tragically not used. Oh, wow. Oh yeah, Recess Perfect Kid would probably be one of the key examples of this. Yeah, these are not typically consistent characters. These are not like the main character. These are side characters or one-off characters. Although I think someone could make a really good story with an ace main character, a tall poppy syndrome, into a perspective switch. And I think that could be really compelling. Yeah, the guy from Spy Kids 3, he's not in the list. That is the definition of the genre. It might be a requirement that the tall poppy gets cut down because he's tall. But yeah, maybe. 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 Films animated. Not too many good examples there. Is there a good example in anime? I don't like using My Hero Academia for examples. It's a mess of a show. Not too many. Also, sorry to My Hero Academia fans. Western animation, did I already look? Yeah, I guess the Recess would be a good example. An example is an example. It's true. I'm just looking and seeing if there's a good example that really I think summarizes it rather well. And I'm not seeing too many that like I think people would have seen the show and be able to pull from that other than the guy from Spy Kids 3. And I don't see anything that sort of goes against that. Like they're often, I see a lot of the examples being the smart, socially isolated character. And I guess you could say that, but that feels also distinct with its own energies, its own atmosphere, its own, it's other tropes on top of the tropes from Tall Poppy Syndrome on top of that. I would say. Common in the furry fandom? Let's move on. I'll leave that as B. Any good... Ooh. I don't know. Some of these are like someone being given leadership. Not necessarily because they are a tall poppy, but because they simply are given that due to trust. Like Ruby is an example. Like Ruby is not shown to be particularly adept in many ways. And when she's given leadership, it's more jealousy based on and a sense of right and wrong that Weiss goes through, rather than, oh, she's better than me and that's annoying, or she's better than me. It's she never truly thinks that. I feel like jealousy in terms of like someone being actually better is an important thing to making Tall Poppy work, because otherwise we're kind of getting very generous with what we use to describe it, if that makes sense. Anyways, yeah. It's interesting. On to Butt Monkey. Butt monkeys are characters who are always the butt of the demeaning joke or the put them through hell plot line. They'll be the kick me character. Yeah. Simply having a character go through hell once or twice, no matter how severely, is not enough to be the butt monkey. With primary and secondary characters, it must be a regular occurrence. With tertiary characters, it must be their sole purpose. Yeah, Squidward is almost definitely example number 1 of a butt monkey. Probably right next to, probably right next to, Daffy Duck. Gumball is often, Gumball is a great example. Steve from American Dad, most of the American Dad cast, I would say, is the butt monkey at least a few times. Avenger Penguins? What is this? Okay. I don't want to dive into this. It's made an affectionate parody of the Teenage Mutant Samurai Wombats. Why is this called? Okay. Let's take a moment for this journey. So this is very funny. And we're gonna get a little bit of history here. So this is the trope of the Teenage Mutant Samurai Wombats. So this will be Samurai Pizza Cats. This will be TMNT. Let's go to Western Animation and get some examples. Yeah, Butt Ugly Martians. I feel like it has to be from the 90s. Kung Fu Dyna Posse, the Mighty Ducks animated show. There's gonna be a lot of examples here. SWAT Cats is a great example. SWAT Cats is a fantastic example. Yeah. And this was a trend that happened after the insane popularity of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where people just started like smashing words together, adjectives together onto a noun. They just started smashing as many adjectives as they could onto a noun. Yeah, and these adjective nouns become the protectors of a city or a region or something. Yeah. So the idea of the Teenage Mutant Samurai Wombats is often very much partially a parody of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Just a vague concept. And then this, Avenger Penguins, is a parody of the parody of TMNT. Now here's where it gets interesting, and when you realize TMNT is a parody. It's a parody comic. It is a parody of the dark graphic novels of its age, because the original TMNT. Yeah, let's get a window up in case anyone doesn't know what TMNT looked like originally. Like in its early runs, it was very different than what you know now to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let's get this up. There we go. Oh, it's a little zoomed out. We'll do some adjusting. Okay, that's what TMNT looked like. Yes, Daredevil is responsible. Okay, James, this is fascinating. So TMNT is a parody of Daredevil. Like, James is dead on the money here. In Daredevil, I think it was the Hand was the sort of like primary antagonist. In TMNT, it is the Foot Clan. And there's a ton more examples, right down to the mutant ooze giving them their powers. Let's get this back adjusted to size. That's close enough. Right down to the masks. Yeah, Twitch. They all wore the red masks. Yeah. Just like Daredevil. Golden Age or Silver Age? That's a good question. I can never remember the ages of comic books and how they're defined. That'll be up for you to Google, chat. Yeah. And so the thing is, this what we are staring at now, Avenger Penguins, is a parody of a parody of a parody. Am I right? So it's a parody of the Samurai Wombats trend, which is kind of a parody of the TMNT. And TMNT is a parody of Daredevil. So we're 3 parody layers deep. And here's where the issue is, right? So as all of these things, this is kind of the issue with writing parody, is if you do it right, it eventually just becomes the thing, right? The critique becomes the media. And you see this a lot in media that is critical, is that it becomes the exact same thing it's critiquing, or something equally problematic. Yeah. So TMNT was meant to poke fun, but then became a goofy, fun-loving, like very different form of story. Yeah, it's very ironic, do more. It became a very different form of story than what it was initially, right? And that's just fascinating to me. And then the Samurai Wombat whatever was the same, where it was like, haha, isn't the premise of TMNT so absurd that these are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, ignoring the initial irony present in the TMNT concept, ignoring the satire. And then that became its own thing that was to be taken seriously. That became its own thing that was to be taken seriously. And then someone thought to parody that. It's I think people don't acknowledge how often this happens. How this happened with RoboCop as well, and Starship Troopers. It creates a parody cycle where the initial absurdity is very much still present, but it's gone through like a wash cycle like 8 times, like you've crushed the cereal to make cereal a bunch. What is it? A shadow of the original exists in the imitation, to an absurd level, and I just find that fascinating, just fascinating when it happens, because it leads to something like that, like Avenger Penguins, where you stare at that, and without the cultural and historical context of knowing that chain, it's the most insane thing you've ever seen. Like, conceptually, imagine a world where you didn't know about TMNT, where you didn't know about all the homages, we'll say, to TMNT, and then imagine that your first touch of it was Avenger Penguins. You'd be so confused. You'd be so lost. You'd be in another world. It's an insane thing, is what I can say. Anyways, let's get out of Avenger Penguins. Goodbye. Let's look at some more examples of a butt monkey. I have too much fun with that. Bronze Era. That makes sense. It was quite late. I was thinking it would have to be quite late because it was pretty late into the runs. It's very recent, TMNT. Yeah, Bubble Guppies. Sure, yeah, I know what that is. Classic Disney shorts. Yep, Donald Duck. Fantastic example. Yeah, a butt monkey character is pretty self-explanatory. They're very fun. You know who's a good example in One Punch Man would be Speed of Sound Sonic. Like, they get tooled on every single time they're in a single, until the most recent run, that is. But yeah. Fun character archetype. This can be counteracted if you occasionally throw a dog a bone. Yeah, this is kind of the risk of the butt monkey, okay? The audience begins to resent the unfair treatment of the character. Let's look at some designated monkeys and get some examples. Okay. Meg is actually a fantastic example. Meg, Ice King is a decent example. He is often the butt monkey. But I don't know if the audience begins to resent it because they kind of get ahead of it. You know, before the audience started to feel bad for Ice King because of how they were treated, Adventure Time took the time to deepen the character. And it was no longer resentment towards the writers, but an understanding. And the behavior of the characters followed suit very soon after. Which I think is another huge component to that, to what made Adventure Time able to sort of get away with that. Daffy Duck is without a doubt the most consistent, possibly best example I can think of. Sometimes Regular Show, I would say, falls into that. I would say sometimes Regular Show does fall into that. I think that's a very good example, too. Of, like, the sympathy begins to. Yeah, and when the audience starts to look forward to seeing them suffer, they become a chew toy. That's a very good way of putting it. That's a very, very good way of putting it. I would say that's a perfect way of putting it. I would say that's a perfect way. Daffy is great because he deserves it. That's a good note. So let's talk a bit about, like, to get away with this, Charlie Brown is a good example of, like, resentment. You really start to be mad that she keeps pulling away that football. You start to, you know, just let him get the kick. People start to look at the Wile E. Coyote and say, let him catch the Roadrunner. He's trying so hard. You really do have to make the butt monkey character deserve what they get for the audience to really enjoy that kind of character. And this is difficult, actually, I would say. This is where the challenge comes in. Because you need to make the character dislikable enough where the audience wants to see them suffer, but likable enough where the audience enjoys their presence on screen. And that's often a fine line to get really right. Because if you do it wrong, you can just have an unlikable character who gets their comeuppance and you get some sense of like satisfaction from it, but isn't really enjoyable, is no one's favorite, and is more of a plot device than they are their own character. And alternatively, if you make them too likable, you will start to have the audience resent you, the writer, for constantly making them lose. Because it leaves the realm of believability and they start to look for someone to blame. And when they can't blame any of the other characters in the... Look, this is a universal truth. When the audience can't find someone to blame for something, a character acting strange, an event occurring which is perfectly convenient or inconvenient, something that cannot be explained in world, they will blame you, the writer. And if that happens, you've really messed up, because you've taken away what is the word I'm looking for? Immersion? That word that means like when you sort of forget it's a story. Why am I forgetting this? I know this term. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't seem to find it. What is it? Suspension of disbelief. Thank you, Do More. Yes, you've taken away their suspension of disbelief, and you've made it very clear that you, the writer, have your hands in the pot, as it were, and it's now, and you're the one in control of the story. That's not a good thing. You never want to harm the audience's suspension of disbelief, because it will harm your audience's ability to enjoy your story forever. Even if you do something right, they won't be enjoying the story beat. They'll be enjoying that you, the writer, did something good. So yeah, that's kind of that's a risk with a lot, but with a butt monkey character, I think it's a trap you can fall into. I should really call this stream Tropes and Traps. Giving the sword to a noob. Interesting. Let's check that out. Yeah, so that's kind of the greatest risk of a butt monkey. Yeah, see, for characters completely intended to be disliked, see hate sync. You don't want to hate sync. Yeah. And you don't want something... Yeah. You don't want something too likable, too hateable. It's definitely the challenge of the butt monkey. And it's, but it's fun to play with. It can be very entertaining. It can be very fun. Seeing the butt monkey character get a W is like, once again, can be very compelling. It can be very entertaining to see that happen. To see them get that one win, like moments where the butt monkey gets a win, gets that W, are moments in TV history. When the coyote catches Roadrunner, when Bugs Bunny loses, you have those iconic moments that can like almost define the how you handle it, can define your show or your book or your whatever. Butt monkeys absolutely can exist in novels, I think, like easily. Yeah. They can exist in almost anything. Okay, we have this brand new weapon that can turn the tides of battle, drive back the Legion of Doom, save the day, and make the wielder. Heck, they even exist on YouTube. Actually, yeah, they do. That's most streamers. Most of us are the butt monkey to our own chat. And yeah. And I'm sure you've seen streamers who lose too much and you start to feel bad, or make themselves so dislikable that it becomes obnoxious. Anyways, you may bring up an example you've seen on another YouTube channel. Do more. Thank you for respecting that rule in chat. Full points for asking first. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, bringing up YouTubers is a good actual example of that trope of the butt monkey. Because a lot of you, Germa often turns himself into one, would be one that instantly comes to mind, is that he does for his own chat, and it's always very funny. I love Germa, very entertaining man. Yes. Yeah. So it's not an impossible character. I actually think the balance can be felt on the author's side. So like sometimes when I talk about like, I haven't brought this up a lot today, but some stories, from the author's perspective, it's hard to see what you're doing. And I think a lot of people sort of run into this more than they think. Yeah, a lot of people run into this more than they think. What game am I? Sorry. Mind blank. Where you've written something and the impression, Cameron Geller. That's probably a very good example. I don't know it personally, but it sounds about right. Yes. What was I just saying? Yes, from the author's side, you can be doing things that rely on information that only you, the author, have. Yeah, see exactly what I'm talking about, where this butt monkey character got the W and it becomes iconic. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal when it happens, and it's I think an inevitability of the trope is you have to do that. But yeah, what was I saying? Where because you have information the audience doesn't, and sometimes parsing what that information even is in a project like a novel or a TV show or something can be difficult to figure out what you're missing. That is one of the key skills of a writer, is learning to take a true audience perspective. And it's something as a writer that should be one of the first things you learn how to do. But I'm speaking to people who might not be professionals, who are learning, and it's a challenge to learn that. Butt Monkey is really interesting because I think even from the writer's perspective, you can see if it works or it doesn't. Versus a lot of things aren't like that, like at all. Like at all. Like I really can't say at all enough here. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. So I think it's an interesting one. Yeah, I probably will talk more about the audience versus the author's perspective at some point, but that's for a writing stream, not a TV tropes deep dive stream. Come back for the writing streams, everyone. Okay. Yep, we have the brand new weapon, turn the time of battle, and make the wielder look totally badass. All we need to do is get it in the right hands. But where are these aforementioned hands? No sign of them anywhere. All you've got is the local butt monkey. Give it to them and pray they don't do anything stupid. The idiot becomes a crouching moron hidden badass, or they fail miserably. Let's look at some examples of giving the sword to a noob. I want to look at falling into the cockpit as well. The chosen zero, poorly chosen one. Let's look at those, because I think these are quite interesting. With this herring. Ooh, that one sounds good as well. Let's look at anime. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good example. Kill la Kill. A good example. Let's look at some Western animation. I'm not seeing anything that I really want to go into. Ben 10. I'm not seeing anything that's really like spiking. I see the shape of this trope very clearly. All right, have a good rest of your night, Do More. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully we'll see you again. I'm not seeing anything that like really pulls this together in terms of examples. But I think it's pretty well explained. Yeah, it's definitely, you could make a whole show around this premise, but I think we're gonna find other tropes like the ones that I've opened up here that might do a little bit better. Falling into the cockpit. A common device whereby a character, usually an ordinary high school student, is thrust into piloting a machine that they wouldn't be allowed anywhere near under normal circumstances. Replacement goldfish. Oh, the next station. Sorry. Just to bring in Evangelion like that is very funny to me. Like, you know, it might be, they might have a secret raw talent, be a replacement goldfish, or, you know, the plot of Evangelion. Yeah, let's look here. Is there any fantastic examples? I would say so, but this is very specifically mecha themed. You know what's a good example of this? From like the previous example, the Give a Sword a Noob, would be Megas XLR. Is kind of a combination of these two tropes. Which by the way is an all-time classic. Shout out Megas XLR. I'm gonna have a cracker. For everyone in chat who remembers Megas XLR, full points. I wonder if you would count Poe as Give a Sword a Noob. But that's probably more the poorly chosen one. Heck yeah, you do, Toxic. Yeah. We dig giant robots, yeah. It's a great show. It's a great show. It has its problems, but I have a deep affection for it. Anyways, the chosen one was destined for greatness only to trip and stumble and careen off a cliff. The poorly chosen one was assigned to be the chosen one, only for their efforts. This has to be Poe. I hate how it's trapped and we use it as a tax write-off purgatory. Is that true? Oh my god, is that why it's just dead? Is that why I never see it anywhere? Is that why it's forgotten to time? I feel like Poe is gonna be a good example, but let's look. Oh yeah. Oh no. This is not the same thing. Poe might be the chosen zero. I think the poorly chosen one is when your chosen one becomes evil. Based on Tai Lung being the key example there. Let's look. No, Gotenks is not evil. This one feels a bit messy. I guess it's any time the chosen one is kind of wrong. Like the poorly chosen one is any time that you have a chosen one situation and it's just wrong. Like they do fail. It's very centered around failure. That could be really good. I think like I can't think of a show I've seen where the main character is a chosen one who, oh, Harry Potter, maybe, but he kind of wins in the end. I'd like to see one where the chosen one fails and then has to sort of come back. Rather than being a chosen zero, they are hyped up appropriately, everyone loves them, and then they straight up lose. And then they have to, instead of relying on prophecy, they're the only one with the hope to become the hero. I think that could be very compelling. I wonder if there is any good examples of that. I didn't see any in anime. Let's look at Western animation. Nothing too much. A Camila kill. A Kamega kill? Is that what you're saying? I've never seen it. I've never seen a Kamega kill. Okay, let me look at the plot of this. Da, 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 da. I don't know, I'm not seeing too much of a prophecy thing in here. But I might watch it. Black Adam? The superhero? Maybe you're right about Black Adam. I haven't seen the movie, but I know a bit about the character's story. And that could not be a bad example. The Yellow Lantern. That's probably a very good example. In comic books, there's probably a decent... Wait, no, I'm actually describing the plot of Spy Kids 3D. I actually am describing the plot of Spy Kids 3D. But he knows he's not the guy. I want one where he believes it. You know, I think that'd be a good anime. I think that'd be a good anime. Is it a film? Megamind? Kind of. But it's not from his perspective. I need more Chosen One narratives where they fail. I think it's just a missing element of Chosen One narratives. I need them to lose. Then you got something. The Chosen Zero, which is close to what I'm talking about. We're gonna open film animation and Po Kung Fu Panda, first one. Yeah, I kind of saw that one coming. To say the least. Blade Runner 2049. Still haven't seen Blade Runner. I've been saving it. Okay, before chat yells at me for not having seen Blade Runner, okay? Okay, I need to explain myself. Okay, I know I'm gonna like Blade Runner. I know for a fact I'm gonna like Blade Runner. I know I'm gonna love Blade Runner. I know I'm going to adore Blade Runner, chat. I know it. I know I'll love it. But here's the thing, right? A while ago, I made a promise to myself that I was gonna watch it on the big screen. Not on my television, not on my computer, not on my phone, at the theater. But I have to rent out a theater to see it. So I'm figuring out the right time for that. And I want to do a double feature and do it all in one spur because I haven't seen the original either. But I want to do it right. I just need to pick the right copy of the originals because there's like 8. I think people say the director's cut is the way to go. The original director's cut. Yeah, but Jack Black isn't like a good example, but not like a chosen one. Like, well, here's the thing. I know a couple theaters within driving distance that like either would put it on for a special event because, you know, they're like indie, or they offer like packages where you can get the movie for like a date. Now, I'm gonna make myself look sad here. I don't want to go to a date night movie theater package alone. Because that's weird. Because it's a very weird thing to do. It's a very weird thing to do. I need to find someone or a group of friends who not only would be willing to come with me, but who would split the cost. And Yokast all said no. Because they don't want to go to the the movies with me. See, I thought about asking Yokast, Tyler. They don't want to go with me. And if you go with more than 2 people, here's the weird thing, right? If you go with more than 2 people, the cost increases. If you go with just 2, even though it's the same amount of work for them, if you go with just 2, it costs less. So I gotta go find a friend who'd be willing to see this movie with me, who'd be willing to split the cost, and then be in a very date-like scenario. Like they give you 1 popcorn. I see a guy on the street, like, I've thought about that, but then he's not splitting the cost, and I'm not exactly flush with cash right now. I'm not exactly swimming in that do-re-mi. Chat, start my, over on Twitch, start my get Cassius enough money to rent out the theater fund. I'll get a monitor, I'll get a little, thing on screen to show how much you donated to that. See, I know the Laserdisc one is the best version. I don't own a Laserdisc player, chat. I know it's very on brand for me to own a Laserdisc player, but I don't. Do one of you guys want to go with me to the movies? I'd love to bring you. I'd love to bring you, chat. That'd be funny. If I just had like a computer monitor, like a little tablet, and has you guys, you get a live feed of the screen. They probably wouldn't let me do that. But I would love it. I'd love to bring all of you as my date to the movies. We'll bring a cardboard cutout of chat. I want to make a cardboard cutout of chat, even though it would only benefit me. Where it's just like, it's chat, but it's in the shape of a person. My spec ops. Give it a live feed. I need to look into how to make weirdly shaped chats. I've seen people do it, I just don't know how. Yeah. Then Cassius is reinventing the VTuber watch along in the least legal way possible. Yeah, we're gonna go to a theater and steal the movie. We should do another watch along soon. Maybe I'll do that this Friday. Because I didn't know what to do for this Friday. We are the date. Oh, I'm glad you guys would see a movie with me. I'm glad you guys would. That's reassuring. That's reassuring. Okay. I think we all understand the Chosen Zero. Poe is like a perfect example. Poe is the perfect example. With this herring, I feel like I want to look in. So you're a hero of destiny, summoned before the mighty king of his pastiche Tolkien-esque fantasy kingdom, and charged with saving the world from a terrible evil that has befallen before it's the end of the world as we know it. We all know you can pull it off because destiny says so. Oh, did we mention you've got $5 and a butter knife to your name? Strange as it may seem, the king has sent you on the most important quest the world has ever known, and he expects you to pay your own way. Oh, he might invite you to scrounge around the castle. So, you're a hero of destiny, but you got nothing. Yeah, this is kind of like Oblivion or Skyrim, essentially. You're a legend, and you have nothing. No hero discount. Yep. Let's look at the anime and manga. Played straight. Not too much in anime and manga. What about Western animation? No, not too many good examples there either. Films? I guess that would be a good example, Zootopia. Comic books. This is not a very common trope at all. Let's look at some live action tropes. Oh, there we... Still not much. Yeah, I guess Monty Python. This is a fun trope. This is a fun trope, but I guess you don't see it in much but video games. Yeah, you don't see this in much but video games. Even though I would say it is a very fun trope. Very underrated. I feel like you could have a lot of fun subverting this. You could have a lot of fun subverting this. You could have a lot of fun with, like, giving a reason why the hero doesn't get anything, like adding some secret motivations. Like, you could have a lot of fun with this one. I would say. Yeah, isn't this basically the plot of every D&D game? Yeah, why aren't you given help? What is the logic for that? Like, looking into that, I think this is kind of like an undertouched thing that people are very familiar with, which is the ripest ground to pull from, I would say. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there. Sorry, I'm just now thinking about a story about a legendary hero who is at the beginning of their journey, and they're pulled from their humble life and then placed in a grand situation where they are destined to crush the darkness, to save the world. But they are given no help. And figuring out why, there's a million paths. Like, James, you're right. Why spend the extra resources on a sure thing? But also, what if they don't want you to win? What if there's actually like a motivation there? What if you're a false hope? Something meant to pacify the people, make them think change sits on the horizon, but really you're just a tool of keeping everything the same, because the system that keeps everything the same is benefits from your existence, benefits from hope. You're a false hero. Or alternatively, what if there's another force at play? What if there's something stopping, like politically, that stops people from being able to genuinely help you because of the risk? I just think there's a lot you could play with that one. King from One Punch Man. Interesting. Yeah, I would say probably the hero from Fable 1 would. It's been a while since I played Fable 1. But, I mean, Skyrim, Oblivion, pretty much every RPG where you start at a low level with no resources, but you're a destined hero, and have any interaction with power, fits this trope. Yeah, King. Well, no, King is different. Because, like, A, people just get out of the way of King, they give him anything he needs. He just doesn't ask for a lot. And B, he's kind of a phony. Whereas this isn't about being a phony. You are the legendary destined hero. Maybe. Oh. Sorry, I had to crack the back. You are the legendary destined hero. Or at least you believe you are. The character who this trope applies to, genuinely, someone in the world has some idea that they believe it, is willing to act on that belief. Hello, Cornelius. Welcome to my Twitch. I'm on both channels right now. Sorry, I'm still excited that I got that working. Yeah, I don't know. King, I'd say, is different. But I understand where you're coming from, Rango. Yeah, that's why there's two chats. Look, over there's Twitch and over here's YouTube. Maybe I should put myself in the middle next time. That way it doesn't feel like I'm picking favorites. Well, no, the Twitch side gets my name and YouTube side gets me. No, I have a favorite. I very much have a favorite. And now you're here. Look at that. You switch between the two. You can talk to yourself. Okay. I feel like you do a story where it was more of a shotgun approach. Every kid in this village gets a wooden sword. Most will die. Maybe one will win. That'd also be really interesting. I actually think that'd be really good for a D&D campaign. But yeah, I think there's room to play with this to some degree. Like, and I just haven't seen that happen yet. Yeah, like most video games, this is true for, I would say. Most role-playing video games, this is true for. So, let's look at another one. Do you guys want to hit random? Let's randomize. Step into the blinding light. Casey. Oh, hello, handsome to you too, Corny. Is it right if I call you Corny? I'm gonna regardless of whether it's all right with you. No, you're clearly talking to me. What if a hero chosen by those with little knowledge of the outer world, but everyone that knows about this hero title knows it's just a sacrifice? Yes, exactly. Why is the hero given little resources? Let's actually figure out why. And then you might have something really interesting. Which I think there's room there. There's room to play. And I don't see anyone playing in that playground yet. At least in my experience. And you know, let's dig around and see what we get. We might have a really compelling story that relates to an entire generation. That relates to an entire generation of people who were told they were special their entire lives and then grew up to find that's not the case. So maybe we should do something with that. Maybe that'd be really compelling for people to read a chosen one narrative about someone who's not so chosen. I don't know. Maybe. Could be. A little relatable. Okay, your messages were sent in the wrong order that time, Cornelius. Thank you. I'm glad you find it interesting. And I'm glad you're having fun. Oh, that's entertaining. I love it when you guys talk in both chats. It's very funny for me. Okay. Step into the light. This is boring. I don't like this one. This is like a moment. Like, this is barely a thing. They cannot see for just a moment and something happens. Yeah. We all understand that. How do you write that? You just do it. No, I shouldn't say that. I'm trying to offer actual writing tips. No. This is a moment that you want to build up towards. This is a moment that can't stand on its own. It cannot really it rarely should define a scene, but rather be a part of it. You also don't want it to be so insignificant that there's no consequence to it. Sight is a very important thing for almost any character, and playing with that is going to be an important part of how you tell your story, especially in regards to this trope. But either way, there's not too much here. Let's go random. Healing wind. Healing wind power, boring. Throwaway guns. Silence of the Lambs is so good. Fan service extra. Oh no, I'm paying attention to this lovely man here. Transplanted aliens. Interesting. Do not include colonies. Okay. Transplanted aliens. Are there any good examples? Goblin Slayer, fine one. Western animation? Interesting. Huh. It's interesting. Transplanted aliens, I don't know, that's more of an element of a world rather than any kind of trope I can actually speak on. I haven't written this myself. Let's see if we get something good. Okay. What can I talk about, like a fake Michael Jackson as a trope? Yeah, it's common. It's common. Dream crushing handicap. Let's go. Is this final scene? Anyways, okay. Use this fairly well. At the end to defeat the villain, the Shadow. Voodoo Master. Dream crushing handicap. I shouldn't be this excited about it. I love me a dream crushing handicap. Okay. This is good and can be bad. This is very easy to do wrong. It can be offensive to people. It can, yeah. A stock drama in which someone's aspirations are impossible because of a physical defect. Used for comedy and dark comedy just as much as it is for drama. This is... Let's look at that. Let's look at examples. This can really... Yeah, Izuku Midoriya. So normally I don't like My Hero Academia examples, but he's a really good example of it. He tries so hard only to fail, but he gets it anyways, which I don't like. But he, you know, that moment of like seeing him care to do something that he will never be able to do, that's compelling as hell. I think I've made it clear by now, I'm someone that likes watching people lose, like a lot. I don't care much. Sorry, I had to cough. I don't care much for catharsis or watching a character I love win. I love watching them struggle. It's a trope in my own work and something I enjoy watching. Let's look at film. Oh, yeah, you mean like the most compelling part of Monsters Inc., Monsters University? Like, yeah, it's really well done there, actually. That's one of the better examples, is that Mike wants to be a top scarer, but he's literally not able to. When he's literally not able to. It's deeply compelling. And it's hard to watch. I love it. Is there any examples in... No? Western animation? You can't use Family Guy. Yep, Bender. This is very frequent trope for Bender, where like the fact that he's not human limits him from being able to do what he wants to do, and it's very good. It's very good. Scootaloo is a very good example of this. To use My Little Pony as an example, which you know I hate to do, but Scootaloo is a good example of this. You know, her wings are physically smaller. I don't know anything about this show, just before anyone asks. I don't know anything about My Little Pony. But anyway, Scootaloo is, you know, she has the smaller wings and she has the big dreams. And that's, you know, if you make that a focus, it can be very tragic to watch. And it can be very compelling. Like, you can really mess... I've seen a few things that do this. And usually it works best in the short form. Where you... Wasn't there that kiwi that tried to fly animation? And then it just dies? You can make people cry with this. This is very good. Potentially very good. From a dramatic standpoint. From a comedic standpoint, it's a little mean for me. Don't know what you're talking about, James. Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. And I think it's underserviced currently because it was previously purely a comedic trope. But it does tie into Tragic Dream, which is where we're going next. I do love a good tragic dream. Let's look at anime. Attack on Titan has a few. I guess you could say that. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Let's look at some other. Surprisingly, nope, not gonna read too many spoilers there. I'm trying to avoid spoilers as best as possible. Where do you even begin with Romero? But yeah. The other one we were just talking about, what was it? Dream crushing handicap can often work with tragic dream in being a perfect summarization. If you tie everything back to a single point, a single like tragic handicap, if you will. And it doesn't have to be physical, it can be emotional. Okay. BoJack Horseman's entire premise is a tragic handicap story. Is a dream crushing handicap story. It's just an emotional handicap. The entire premise and compelling part of BoJack is his dream-crushing emotional handicap. That's the whole show. I'm right. It can be incredibly powerful if done right. Like, I really can't say that. That's the whole show. That's the whole show. That's the whole show. Is watching a character try and try and try to achieve their dream, which for BoJack is as simple as not being alone, and they just never make it. It just keeps going. Yeah. You can do a lot with dream crushing handicap. I think limiting it to physical handicap is like, I don't know. I think that's a little, I don't want to say outdated, but short-sighted. Short-sighted is what I will say. Because a handicap in a story sense could be anything. It can be circumstance, it can be emotion, it can be mental, it can be physical, there's a lot of things. And if you view that from a wider, broader lens, you can have an incredibly compelling story about loss. And that I think can resonate with a lot of people the way BoJack resonated with a lot of people. Film animation. For a tragic dream. Yeah, Olaf's a good example. I'm sure we all get why. Penelope Von Sweets, that's her whole thing, is that she wants to be a racer, but she can't, and you care. When Ralph destroys her car, you care. I love a good tragic dream. It's so good. How do you make it's one of the easiest tropes to do. Here's the thing. Drama is easy. You give a character a tragic dream, you make them likable, and boom, you have a story. You have something compelling. And then, I don't know, they overcome it through growth and friendship. Boom. Boom. Well, actually, then it's not a tragic dream. But if you really want to make something award-winning, just make a likable character with a tragic dream. It's the core of the Oscars. I'm not joking. It's the core of any award show. It's shockingly easy to write. It's very appealing, and it will get you published. Like, I can't say this enough. You write tragic dream stories with likable characters, and trust me when I say it's way easier than you think. Like, it's way easier than you think. Let's do it right now. Why do I keep thinking of go-karts? My character's tragic dream is to be a watchmaker. But they have bad eyesight. Eyesight so bad that they can never be able to do the detailed work of a watchmaker. They can't get the glasses. They can't do it. It just won't ever work. Even with glasses, it won't be enough to make them able to do it. This is a character. Hello, refreshing. Oh, goodbye. How do you go away? There's a bot. I don't want to pin you. How did I pin this? I want to unpin. I pinned it, guys. Unpin. Delete this message. Bingo. Fixed it. I can't believe I accidentally pinned the bot. Yeah, people wanting to be in the Air Force but having night blindness. Let's go back to the watchmaker. Let's go back to the watchmaker. Let's make him a character who grew up with a father who was a watchmaker. And it was his father's dying dream for him to be a watchmaker. To be a watch repairman. Let's put the whole family business weighing on this now. Okay? Okay? He's expected to take over his father's work, right? Tragic eyesight accident, now he can't see. Boom. Okay, you have a likable character, a world around them, people rooting for them. Let's put the rest of the family in the situation where they want the main character to sell the watch shop to like a big evil corporation business. But it's the only watch shop that services this small European town. Okay, we're there? Good, I'm glad we're there together. There we go. Now there's a little bit of an external push for wanting to agree with the Watchman. Watchmaker Daredevil. Maybe it just degrades due to genetics from his mother's side. We don't know. But for some reason, he's slowly going blind. But his dream is to just be able to fix watches and make a living off it and support this small village. Boom. Boom. And then you just make him a likable person. You know, at the start of the story, you have your save the cat moment. Should I talk about save the cat? I will. It's a trope. Let's open up save the cat. Survivor. Survive the cat. Survey the cat. Save the cat. What do you mean pet the dog? Sewing the villain? No, this is not pet the dog. Okay, save the cat isn't on here. Survey the cat. I knew you all would immediately jump on me for survey the cat. No, save the cat is like such a trope in Hollywood that it's not just a trope, it is basic writing advice from a screenplay standpoint that you need your save the cat moment. I hate the save the cat moment, but I'll get into that later, mostly because of all the trouble it causes me. From a creative standpoint of talking to executives, and they say, "Where's your save the cat moment?" And I go, "I don't want the audience to like our protagonist," and they go, "They need to," and I go, "I hate that." I'm tired of making likable protagonists. I want the audience to have to watch an asshole that they pity. Anyways, I think save the cat moments can... Either way, I'm not going to get into that. But it's that moment at the start of a show, a movie, or a show, or a novel, where the main character saves a cat. And now they're likable forever. You've seen your main character do one likable thing, and now they are likable forever. And yeah, the audience will be on their side. Why did I bring that up? Oh yeah, so you have your main character do their save the cat moment. Maybe a child walks in with his own father's broken watch, and he fixes it for free and says, "Don't tell. I won't tell your dad about the watch." Now the story slightly changed from someone wanting to repair watches to wanting to keep repairing watches. But either way, he repairs the watch. But he's slowly going blind. Boom, you have a tragic, sad story about someone losing their abilities, and you have an award in Hollywood. Like Parasite is just a tragic dream story. It just is. Like most award-winning pieces of work are just tragic dream stories. Like I can't say that enough. It's yeah. Imagine if instead of getting what they wanted, our main character didn't. It's mind-blowing. But it's very easy. Very easy to do. Incredibly easy to do. It's shockingly easy to do, chat. It's uncomfortably easy to do, chat. I can't stop saying how easy it is to do. Yeah. Save the cat is just an example, but like there's a lot of different ways you can execute that. It doesn't have to be literally saving a cat. Giving a kid, if the first thing, it's about establishment, right? So if the first thing your audience sees is your main character doing something nice and kind, they're gonna just believe this character is fundamentally kind. It's just how it kind of works. And it's very funny to me. It's very funny that that's that consistent. I really enjoy trying to defy that trope in my own writing by initially presenting an asshole doing something horrible and then showing depth as we get further into it. But a lot of people don't like that. So I'm not allowed to do that. Till I get more clout, essentially. So much of it is clout. Anyways. Yeah, that's how I like to show things off. A lot of my work starts with someone doing something heinous, and then we get depth added later. Like it's, I never really noticed how often I actually do that. But the more I think back, the first scene's not a good one. Ever. It's never someone doing something nice. I really do hate Save the Cat. Don't do what I do. What I do gets you no work. Anyways, yes, Tragic Dream. Tragic Dream, incredibly compelling. It's used a billion times. Like, it is so common. Like, if we go to live action films, this should be very long. This is kind of long. This should be very long. Joker, yeah. Dr. Ock, yeah, you care about it. In gangster films, it's the core. That's a very good way. Literally the plot of Citizen Kane. Like, it's classic. It's classic. I'm gonna go into Western animation, and if BoJack Horseman isn't in here, this is a lie. I'm looking. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, this one could be fleshed out to no end. Tragic Dream is like the core of a lot of stories, and like, yeah, you can just write a tragic story with, write a Tragic Dream story with a likable protagonist, and give it some modern day touch, something that connects it to the now, and you have the story, the whole thing. It's so systematic at that point. At that point, you watch any Oscar-winning movie in recent memory, and then take the structure. You could take the structure for this story out of a how to write book, and you'll be able to do something that most audiences are gonna like. Like, this isn't even me talking shit on it. I'm gonna check out Heroic B-Sod. Yeah, this isn't even me talking shit at this point. It's just true. It's just true, and it works. It's good. I like it. I watch these stories. I love Parasite. It's a great movie. Okay, Heroic B-Sod. A stunning revelation or horrible event that affects a character or someone they love. They care deeply about, leaving them shocked to the point of mentally shutting down for a while. Ah, yes. Temporary rather than permanent. These are the moments I think people try to write a lot. These are hard to do right, is what I'll say. These are challenging to do correctly, is what I'll say. You can do these wrong very easily. This one is great. I hate it. The Heroic B-Sod. Oh, why is it called a B-Sod? Blue screen of death. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I didn't put that together. I actually have a story related to this. How do I explain? Someone... Can't really explain this one. Can't tell you that, guys, that story yet. But either way, you can... This is something that I think... Remember how I spoke earlier? Like, way earlier. About, like, author vision versus reader vision? This is something that can really suffer from that very easily. Like, very easily. You can hurt yourself doing this, is what I'll say. Like, how do I put this? If the audience doesn't, especially because sometimes certain stories / writers try to use it in a cheap way. Yes, exactly, Ringo. This is, yeah. Okay. This can be a really powerful moment. I've seen this be a powerful moment. In a certain game, I think it has a D in it somewhere, and maybe an N and then another D, but I don't think so. I was playing this game with someone, and there was a circumstance that was so emotionally impactful for another player in this game that they actually did this in real life. It had been built up, maybe by me, perhaps, that they had been living in this small town for gods. Hundreds of hours of gameplay time. And they'd grown attached to their families, like very attached in this game. That I can't remember the name of. And then there came a moment where it was ripped away. And it was far enough into the story where they didn't see it coming. They had no idea. Like, I think a lot of people in this game will naturally not trust the master of this game, and they'll always be expecting a tragic twist. But they expect it at certain intervals. And they weren't expecting it at this interval. They didn't expect that that someone, maybe me, had created this part of the world that was so deep, that was so involved, that was so real to them. They never expected it to burn. They never expected it to burn down and leave nothing but ash. Pure evil. Love it. I hate it. And they never saw that coming. And they actually blacked out in real life, not just in the game. To this day, they don't remember this. They genuinely blacked out. They were a real life example of this trope. And it can be really impactful. Like, really impactful. The fact that I know people who still talk about that moment is very impactful. It can be something soul-crushing from a reader perspective, because the reader has to care as much as the character does in world. That's what makes this work. If the reader is as shocked and as hurt and as damaged as the character in the world, this works. And not only does it work, it works really well. Like, upsettingly well. Like, Rango is dead right. It's pure evil. This is cruel writing. You have to be very good to do this right. You have to be very good because you have to understand the audience perspective. Because if you as a writer, you will always care. Yes, berserk with Griffith. As the writer, you will always care more about your world and how you've built it than your audience does. You always will. Not always. But you can get to the point where you can make them care as much as you do. And if you understand their perspective, you'll always care in a different way, but that's a whole thing I'll get into another time. And if you understand the audience perspective and you know how to play with their emotional state and stay on the ball with them, keeping track of them, knowing how they're feeling, and actually being able, this is the hard part, being able to anticipate their reaction. So, being able to anticipate the audience's reaction to your work is hard, because so much of it can be built on meta-textual knowledge. The knowledge that stories have structure is always in the background of a lot of people's minds as they read a story. Knowing that, oh, we're near the end of the episode, things are gonna work out. Oh, this is the hero's moment. They're gonna, we're at about this length into the story. I'm this many episodes into a show. So they're gonna lose this fight. I know this is gonna be like a sad loss, but then things are gonna work out, like lose the battle, win the war moment. You can, as a reader, you can often feel that as a watcher, as an audience member. The challenge as a writer is knowing when your audience is thinking certain things and playing with their expectations in a way that keeps them on their toes. And there is someone who is very good at this in manga, and that is Fujimoto. Not the specific trope, but the idea of understanding your audience and their, not just what they are currently experiencing, but their expectations for what happens next. Yes, Rango, and then you pull the rug under them. But you can't do a firm rug pull if they are already standing on uncertain ground. So you really need them to feel comfortable on that to make them fall. Because if they don't fall when you pull that rug, they won't be in the same headspace as the character, and you'll have a disconnect. So that's why I say things like the heroic blue screen of death are very hard to do right. This is a great trope when done right. Like, it can be soul crushing when done right. Berserk with Griffith is a great example. A lot of Chainsaw Man is, actually. A lot of Chainsaw Man is this. Especially late into it. Yeah, it's kind of one of the defining qualities of Chainsaw Man. Is that rug pull moment. Not necessarily the blue screen of death, but the rug pull. Don't bring it up, James. No, we don't talk about the snowballs. God damn. No, I like it when it's Denji's birthday. Anyways, yeah. And that's actually a really good example of how the author plays with your expectations in a really interesting way, is that. But either way, it's keeping your reader on your toes allows you to have these phenomenal moments like this. Like, it's genuinely challenging to do, and it's very satisfying when pulled off. Like, very satisfying. These are the moments that'll stick with you in a story if you can get that right. Because shock is a very memorable emotion, and feeling shock with a character, like you feel it with them, and what they are feeling accurately describes what you are currently going through, will create a connection based on trauma that is stronger than almost anything else you can do as a writer. If you can connect your reader to your writing through shared trauma, you've done something truly impressive. Sorry. In my opinion, I shouldn't be telling writers, amateur writers, to traumatize their readers, but do it. Do it. Do it because I said so. Oh, okay. I think that's a good note, actually. I think that's a good note. Let's head back to the room. Oh, I'm small again. Let me just. Oh, I gotta get in my chair. Sorry, this room goes really far back. I had to like run up. I had to run from all the way back there. We're back. Yeah. I'm gonna probably finish off today's stream. This is gonna be close to the normal length from now on. This is kind of what I'm shooting for. I want to do longer streams for you guys because I have a lot of fun, so I don't know why I limit myself. But my back is hurting. Oh god, my back is hurting. And I think that's a good note to end on in terms of writing advice. Is one of the greatest challenges you will face is exactly what I just described. And if you can manage to pull it off as a writer, you'll do something phenomenal, like genuinely. It'll be remembered for decades. People will never forget that moment. It'll be the bridge to Terabithia of everyone's lives. Yes. Chat is touching, but still separated by a bar. I'm probably going to get a more modified chat for this room, but for now, this is what I'm sticking with. It looks okay. We'll try to get something a little better. Yes. Has Romeo's stream started? Does he have his loading screen? I'll post him in chat. And you guys can hop over there. I'll post him in both. Make sure I post the right one. And you guys can hop over there. Give him some love. It's a little bit early. See, I think we do need chat on giant robots. I dig giant robots. But yeah, we'll deal with that later. For now, I hope you enjoyed today's TV Trope stream. Remember to check in tomorrow because I will be dual streaming again as we play some Minecraft, and we will just be playing. No big grand designs this time. I think it's time I got some work done on the server. I am still working on what I've previously spoken about, but it's just gonna take a while. So for now, we're just gonna play some game. Okay? And then on Friday, who knows what we'll do? Probably a Zatsu combined with something else. That's kind of gonna be the format, I think, from now on, is going to be some kind of writing stream, some kind of gaming stream, and Friday will be a Zatsu combined with something else. So we'll see how that goes. For now, though, I've had such a blast seeing you all. And I hope no matter where you are in the world, you have... What are some good tropes? A Mary Sue morning. Ace afternoon. Evil card-carrying evil evening. And of course, as always, a good night.